Let's go. GameStop earnings, baby. Let's go. Did that not open? Okay. Oh wait, it's right there. Hopefully it's not paywalled. I just want to see what this article says about GameStop. Other than that, there's really not much. It just, that's all it mentions. After market close, GameStop's due to report results. That's all it says. Okay. It has a little section for every other stock, but GameStop is just down here. I see how it is. I see how it is, Wall Street Journal. But what's up, Matt Romano? Let me get this chat over here. Hero of the day, what's up, bro? Just got call, nice. I ain't gonna be trading options. I hate earnings personally. it'll be a good time, I'm sure. It'll be a good time. What's up, Kristen? And people coming in quick. All right, so we can close this. There's really no news about GameStop. Like, I think we're gonna post like an 80 to 120 million profit, and that's about it. I don't think there's much else other than that. Maybe revenues will increase. If we beat revenue estimates, that's sick. That'd be the other thing I'd be looking for. Freaking, yeah, a beat on revenue estimates, I think would be very positive. And then, I guess we'll see if any of the tinfoils are true. I guess we'll see, so all the Redditors can make some new ones. They can make some new tinfoils. After all these ones. It'll be a good time. So I honestly, I've looked for news. There's like no news. I literally have no clue what we're gonna do today. But what's up? Matt Romano, Hero of the Day, Kristen, Hugh G, Muma, 6ix9ine. Everyone's here already. You guys are pouring in quick today. That's crazy. Maybe I need to starting the stream later more often. Usually, like, it's like really slow. What is this vote? Oh, it's GameStop earnings today. Decided today after hours move. Yeah. Should be I honestly don't think the stock's gonna move personally, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I really have no clue. What's up, Alex? Sure. We're just chilling, bro. Just chilling, just hopping right on the stream. I've only been here for 3 minutes, so we're getting right into it. Except there's literally no news to read or anything. So like I said, I have no clue what we're gonna do today. It's kind of insane how little news there is. Crypto's up a little bit, kind of nice. Everything, all the altcoins like aren't moving though. I guess when I say crypto, I mean Bitcoin, but everything else is also up a little bit. It's just Bitcoin's what I usually look at. Dollar doesn't move. Stocks don't move. Is everything just waiting on GameStop earnings? Is that what the market's waiting for? That's such an odd day. Such an odd day. No movement at all. Very, very interesting. The volatility has definitely died out. It's kind of, I wonder if it'll pick back up again. Or if it's just like, that was it. What is this article about GameStop and crypto? Doesn't look like much. Damn, I was pretty close. If this is accurate, I estimated they made like 50-ish plus million in sales last year or last quarter, last fourth quarter. I was pretty damn close. I actually don't remember what I said, but I think it was somewhere around there. But I'm not reading this. It's GME earnings. Let's be calm today. I like how you It's so funny how you give a Muma a different at every time you message him. I don't I don't know why. It's just so funny. It's always something different. Literally, I've never seen you. Like, obviously, there's some like consistent ones, but it's always something different. And your guys' feud is hilarious. Keep it going, please. Oh. Yes, I am talking about crypto. I love crypto. If no mention crypto, people too hype. I mean, obviously not. Majority of the vote here is no. There's only been 10 votes so far, but nobody thinks GameStop. Most people don't think it's gonna go up. Ads. Actually hate each other if it's a joke. I mean, it's like kind of both, right? I think. I don't know. Maybe they just both literally don't like each other, but I can't do anything about that. You guys will just have to feud it out. um yeah, so we already looked at all that. Consumer discretionary is green again, but basically flat. Communication services leading the way up today, and utilities leading the way down. Okay, any insider buying? Is there really no insider buying? What the heck happened? Bruh, that's weird. That's weird. For a while there, I couldn't even keep up. And now there's literally none. That's interesting. Very interesting. Any whales on GameStop? Nope. Chewy down a little bit. You got Chewy earnings Wednesday as well. I mean, the market loves Chewy right now, so I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna go up or not. Part of me wants to buy some more Chewy, but I'm also, yeah, Chewy pisses me off at the same time. Yep, crypto, whatever. There's your beautiful GameStop earnings right there. Second biggest market cap earnings of the day. You got Rumble too. And oh no, that's not crowd. Whatever. March options almost double compared to leaps. Interesting. I'm sure there's a lot of people buying. And the stock's gone up quite a bit the past couple of days. Wouldn't really expect leaps to move too much unless they're like in the money. Or at the money. We'd never hang out. Smash the like button. Hey, thank you, Hugh. Thank you. Kid most of the time. He starts to, I don't care. Truthfully, I'm the problem. I bait him. He sort of falls for it. I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't know. You guys will figure it out. I can't. You'll figure it out. You can always just like block or like block each other. Then you can't see your messages in the chat. Like that's an option if it's like really like something serious. But that's the only solution I can give. Chinese EV giant BYD outpaces Tesla with annual sales of more than 100 billion. Crazy. What is this? Waymo will launch in Washington. Damn, Waymo's going everywhere right now. That's crazy. Interesting. I like the pestering. It's interesting. Fair enough. You're right. They never hit. I mean, I think it's because nobody here's racist except him, so they hit for him. But everyone else is like, huh? What? A demise of 25 billion merger. Interesting. See, now some articles are popping up. I tried to look for some before I started the stream and I couldn't find like anything. Let's see what this is. A lot of people are hyped on DJT, and it's funny because I think it's not great. And when you go look at the balance sheet, I don't know why you would think it was good. Besides for like the hype. Quiet on the Set monster? What is this? Oh yeah, I guess Drake and Josh. If anyone knows what Drake and Josh is, they did like a podcast together. So I guess that's blowing up. Super Smash Bro. Hacks dead at 30? Jeez, that's insane. Who the hell's that? I don't even know who Sabrina Carpenter is. Big issue Rockstar's massive new map will have. Let's see. I won't read anything about that podcast just in case someone wants to watch it. I won't spoil it, I guess. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up when that Enzo game comes out. Not like I'm gonna play it. I think it's a Steam game, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, in 3 days. Okay. I guess we'll read about this guy. Super Smash Bro. Hacks dead at 30. After mental health struggles that came partially as a result of him being banned from most Melee events. Oh, that's sad. Okay, I don't want to read about that. Never mind. I lied. I'm not reading about that. Let's read about Grand Theft Auto 6 instead. Alright, ex-GTA 6 dev highlights big issue Rockstar's massive new map will have. Former Grand Theft Auto 6 developer has highlighted a big issue Rockstar could have by having a huge map in the new game. For years, Grand Theft Auto fans have debated about the size and scope of GTA 6's map. Rockstar has kept making their worlds bigger and bigger, with Red Dead Redemption 2 being their biggest to date. With GTA 6 taking inspiration from Florida, many fans have suggested using the full length of the state instead of just using Vice City and a little bit extra. A 1-to-1 scale remake is unlikely to be the case, but the leaks in the first trailer have shown it is likely to be huge. While players will be looking forward to the new areas around Vice City, former Rockstar Games developer Cameron Williams has pointed out that having too big of a map could be a sizable issue. As per PC Gamer, the former Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto dev told the game developer conference that players don't explore, whether that's because you have a super action-oriented game or because they just simply aren't compelled. or your game has a huge time investment and it's hard for players to pick up and put down, which is an increasing challenge, especially with the sort of evolving ecosystem of free to play and live service games that are kind of eating everyone's time and attention. Williams added that players have exploration anxiety and can be hesitant to check out something. What? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing, but okay. The dev now works for Rockstar Games co-founder Dan Hoser at Absurd Ventures, explaining we want to avoid creating a possibility space so large that players simply just don't know what to choose. He noted that Red Dead Redemption has a mission that introduces players to the fishing mechanics in such a way it encourages them to remember that good time and try it again for themselves elsewhere. Williams also added that too many landmarks can throw players off, which could be an issue when GTA 6 rolls around. Okay. Wasn't as exciting as I thought. I guess I don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is, but she's getting a skin in Fortnite. Maybe someone knows who that is. I don't. Press to open games. Completely meaningless. I guess let's look at that. That sounds maybe interesting. I don't know. Should we read about The Legend of Dragoon? That's a great game. The article might not be great. Dude, there's like nothing. There's no news today. Very odd. Napster just sold for 207 million. That could be interesting. Oh yeah, this guy died. Samsung CEO died from a heart attack, I guess. 23andMe went bankrupt, or they filed for bankruptcy, whatever. Maybe this could be interesting. I don't know. Everything else I think we've already looked at. I don't know. I'll read that one. Where is it? There it is. 63. So one of Samsung's CEOs, Jong Hee Han, has died due to a heart attack, according to Reuters and CNBC. He was 63. Han joined the company in 1988, became the head of product research and development for visual display in 2011. He then led Samsung's TV business before he was named the head of Samsung DX, which is what the company calls its merged mobile and consumer electronics divisions. In 2021 and 22, he officially became the company's vice chairman and CEO. Han had no experience in mobile before he started leading the company's DX group, but Samsung gave him credit for helping it get to the top of global TV sales for 15 years. CNBC says Han was one of the executives who hosted Samsung's annual general shareholder meeting just a week ago and answered questions about the company's poor stock performance. During the meeting, Han apologized to the shareholders, telling them that Samsung failed to adequately respond to the rapidly evolving AI semiconductor market. He also told the shareholders that Samsung was having difficulties when it came to semiconductor-related mergers and acquisitions due to regulatory issues, but the company was determined to produce some tangible results this year. Based on the notice Samsung published, Han's co-CEO Young Hyun Jun is now the sole CEO of the company. Jun, who also heads Samsung's semiconductor business, was appointed as Han's co-CEO in November 24. It's not clear whether Samsung is planning to appoint another CEO in the future. Okay. That's No one's lolling on him. Reasons y'all ain't. No one trusts that man. See if Lorraine Cohen took our suggestions. Time today is a little doofus mixtape. I don't know. Just sometime after hours. Probably like 5-10 minutes after the bell rings, I would imagine. Double stuff Oreos. That's a breakfast of champions right there. Ate my snacks again. That as real as you being a billionaire bootlicker from the South. Jeez. No news. Ask yourself why. Crime. Every super stunk post. Crime. Manipulation. It's a manipulated stock, bro. Manipulated AF. I thought 100% you're gonna give me shit about eating those. I mean, I couldn't do it. I don't think I could eat Oreos for breakfast. Sounds terrible. But it is the breakfast of champions, so. I don't think the rest of these websites have any articles. Very disappointing on the news front today. Oh yeah, Game Informers is gonna release something today too. I wonder if their website's up. Or if they're gonna announce it during the earnings or something. Can't do nothing. Announcement theory. Oh, it's all about Grand Theft Auto 6. Every article for Game Informer's recent is about Grand Theft Auto 6. Very interesting. That'd be cool if they announce it. That'd be pretty cool. And it'd be even cooler if GameStop still owns it. Because I don't think they sold it. I think they just shut it down, didn't they? Did they sell it? I can't remember. I don't think they sold it. Does anyone know? Cream from double stuffed Oreos and replace it with mayo cheese. What the fuck is going on? Does nobody know? I guess not. I guess I'll just look it up. GameStop discontinued Game Informer after 33 years. So they didn't sell it. So GameStop still owns Game Informer, I assume. I'm excited. I'm excited. I did look at options and they're just way too expensive, so waste of time, I feel like. After earnings, like, you should be able to get something for pretty cheap, assuming, you know, I don't think the stock's gonna move, but I guess it all depends what they announce. But what even is Game Informer? Are you being serious? It's just like a video game magazine that has like reviews and releases. You know, just a magazine, but for gaming. Just imagine your typical magazine Maybe I'm too young for that. I mean, they just discontinued it last year, so it's been around for a while. But I guess you wouldn't really know about it unless you shop at GameStop, because that's the only place I feel like you would know about it. Y'all read magazines? Nah, of course not. I used to though. I used to have like a subscription to Game Informer when I was a young little nerd. Skateboard magazines, whatever, like CCS. Yeah, CCS, bro. I doubt anyone here had a subscription to CCS. Of course, magazines aren't as like prevalent anymore, but maybe they're gonna bring like a digital version of it, or who knows what they're gonna do. Playboy's my only subscription. Why am I not surprised? I don't even think you needed to tell us that. I could have just assumed that, I think. Or like Maxima or something. Or is it Maxim? I don't know. I forget which one it is. Oh man, that's funny. Maxium, that's what it is. Okay. Sup, Kaylin? How you doing? All right, I guess we'll read about Trump Media. Trump Media shares jump on announcement of ETF deal for Crypto.com. Shares of Trump Media jumped about 9% in extended trading on Monday after the parent of the president's social media company announced an agreement with Crypto.com to launch a series of exchange-traded funds and related products. Interesting. Company which runs the Truth Social platform has been hammered by investors so far this year despite Trump's return to the White House. Prior to the after-hour gain, the stock was down 38% in 2025. In the press release on Monday, Trump Media In the press release on Monday, Trump Media said the ETFs and exchange-traded products will have a Made in America focus and will launch later this year, subject to regular approval. Trump's latest foray into crypto after his family introduced several Trump-branded non-fungible tokens and meme coins and announced plans to start a crypto bank of sorts. The announcement also further blurs the line between the president's business ventures and his policy agenda. Trump is the majority owner of Trump Media, which has a market cap of about $4.6 billion. It's a tiny and money-burning business. Trump Media last month reported losing $400 million in 2024, while taking in $3.6 million in revenue. Much of the work in bringing in the new ETFs to the market will fall to Crypto.com and its U.S. affiliate, Forest Capital, a familiar arrangement for Trump, who has long allowed other companies to develop products with his name and brand. Crypto.com CEO Chris Marszalek in the statement touted access to a brand with a loyal following. The funds will be marketed under TMTG's newly launched fintech brand, Truth.fi. According to the press release, the crypto exchange will support the back-end technology, provide custody, and supply the cryptocurrencies for the ETFs, which are set to include a unique basket of digital assets like Bitcoin and Kronos, Crypto.com's native token, alongside traditional security spanning industries such as energy. If the ETF launches, they'll be available internationally, including in Europe and Asia, on major brokerage platforms and via the Crypto.com app, which boasts 140 million users globally. That's interesting. So they're going to make like an ETF on a crypto brokerage. Very interesting. At least that's like what that seems like to me. I'll be interested to see how that goes. It's like some stuff Kev talks about. And the name Hugh. They thought it was a fake name. Called magazines back in the day. Jeez. My brother, he will not be subject to humiliation just because they don't like his name. They didn't fold though. This was years ago. They played you, boy. We'll save that article for a minute. Goodness. Trump-backed crypto banks joined stablecoin wars with a new dollar-pegged token. World Liberty Financial, the decentralized finance venture backed by President Trump and his family, has launched a stablecoin, joining an increasingly crowded market. Company said Tuesday that the stablecoin, dubbed USD1, will be pegged to the US dollar and be backed by short-term US government treasuries, US dollar deposits, and other cash equivalents. It will soon go live on the Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain networks. USD1 provides what algorithmic and anonymous crypto projects cannot: access to the power of DeFi, underpinned by the credibility and safeguards of the most respected names in traditional finance, said World Liberty Financial co-founder Zach Witkoff. We are offering a digital dollar stablecoin that sovereign investors and major institutions can confidently integrate into their strategies for seamless, secure cross-border transactions. Since its October launch, World Liberty Financial has raised $550 million through 2 token sales, including $250 million announced last week. The Trump family-backed project, which describes itself as a crypto banking platform, disclosed that entities connected to the family could receive up to 75% of the venture's net revenue. The sales have drawn more than 85,000 verified participants and high-profile backers like Tron, founder of Justin Sun, who upped his stake to $75 million in January while negotiating a potential settlement with the SEC over a civil fraud case. WLFI's rapid rise comes as the Trump administration accelerates its crypto agenda. Earlier this month, President Trump signed an executive order to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and David Sachs, the administration's AI and crypto czar, disclosed the sale of over $200 million in digital asset investments to avoid conflict of interest concerns. Witkoff says the project is on track to supercharge DeFi, even as scrutiny mounts around its financial structure and political entanglements. The development comes as the market cap for dollar-backed stablecoins, cryptocurrencies that promise a fixed value peg to another asset, has been climbing to a new all-time highs this year and has grown more than 46% in the past year, according to CryptoQuant, currently dominated by Tether and Circle. These systematically important crypto assets are largely used for trading on centralized and decentralized exchanges and as collateral in DeFi. Crypto investors watch stablecoins closely for evidence of demand, liquidity, and activity in the market. The drumbeat for using stablecoins to help preserve the hegemony? I don't know what that is. I feel like that. Is this a word? Let's see if this is a word. They might have spelt it wrong, or I just don't know anything. It gives me. Okay. So the predominance of one state over or a social group over others. Leadership, predominant influence or authority. Okay. Of the US dollar has also grown louder in recent months. Treasury Secretary Scott Benson said at this month's inaugural White House Crypto Summit that we are going to keep the US the dominant reserve currency in the world. We're going to use stablecoins to do that. At least at last week's Digital Asset Summit in New York City, Trump addressed attendees virtually, saying the industry will unleash an explosion of economic growth, and with the dollar-backed stablecoins, you'll help expand the dominance of the US dollar. WLFI is the latest company to join an increasingly crowded market. PayPal and Gemini are among the many US stablecoin issuers. In December, Ripple announced its new stablecoin called Ripple USD, or RLUSD. A month earlier, a consortium of companies, including Robinhood, Galaxy Digital, and Kraken, launched their global dollar, or USDG, and joint stablecoin network, the Global Dollar Network. Interesting. Stablecoin legislation is widely seen as the lowest hanging fruit for crypto legislation, which most market participants hope will be passed and implemented sometime this year. The Genius Act, which seeks to provide a framework for regulating stablecoins, was recently advanced out of the Senate Banking Committee with bipartisan support. When the U.S. does get legislation on stablecoins, it's expected that banks will begin to issuing their own, as well as to take advantage of their ability to make payments faster, cheaper, and more transparent. Okay. I was a kid, jeez. Jesus Christ. I don't have a personality. It won't move. I mean, likely. Oh, Small Fry, what's up? The rare comment from Small Fry. What's up, Small Fry? Sold a ton of shares, hoping it will go down today, just like the other times. Interesting. We'll see, I guess. We will see. I sold some shares, but a little late with the stream. What's up, RL? Why you calling me a schmuck, RL? What did I do to you, bro? I saw your comment. What did I do? What did I do, man? Large fry forever. Large fry forever. You're a schmuck. You garbage. You muff. Song would have been an L without my girl Tosha. Jeez. What is this article? This thing is insane. You're still streaming yesterday. Ah, for sure. I was just wondering. What was up. It's a long article about gaming genres. I guess I don't know if I want to read about Legend of Dragoon. All right. Napster just sold for 207 million. No, you didn't just travel back in time to 2001. You were talking about some dummy, and that's what I comment on agreeing. It's from moving that morning, not last night. Oh, no, you're good. I was just wondering because I've had that happen before. Like people randomly turn. I was just wondering. So you're good, bro. You good. It's just part of being a streamer. Just people randomly. Just happens. Say one thing wrong. You never know. Anything. Alright, so the once iconic music sharing platform Napster just sold for 207 million. A company called Infinite Reality ponied up the cash. What could Napster offer in 2025 to warrant such a price tag? Infinite Reality CEO John Acunto says it'll be used for marketing in the metaverse. In other words, a platform from 1999 will be used as part of a technology that seemingly peaked in 2021. That sounds about right. More specifically, the company plans on creating virtual 3D spaces for music fans to attend concerts and listening parties. In addition to creating a sales platform for musicians and labels to sell merch, this isn't the worst idea in the world, as attending these kinds of shared events is probably my favorite aspect of VR. When we think about clients who have audiences, influencers, creators, I think it's very important that you have a connected space that's around music and musical communities. We just don't see anybody in the streaming space creating spaces for music. Napster holds numerous licenses to stream millions of songs, which is what made it an attractive prospect into infinite reality. Company says its version of Napster will disrupt legally. Current Napster CEO John Vlasopoulos says that the purchase will allow artists to create crazy environments that are really only limited by their imaginations. As an example, he described a reggae artist who might enjoy a virtual beach environment. Akunto adds that it'll be like Clubhouse times a trillion. He's referring to the virtual events app that became popular during COVID, but eventually petered out. Infinite Reality has been on a buying spree the last couple of years. In addition to Napster, it purchased the Drone Racing League, the metaverse marketing platform Landvault, and the VR shopping platform Obsess. As for Napster, started in 1999 and took the world by storm, creating an easy peasy way to steal music. It only took a couple of years for mounting legal battles to catch up to the platform, and it declared bankruptcy in 2001. However, that was just the beginning. Software company Roxio purchased the platform in 2002 and relaunched it as a legitimate e-commerce venture that sold digital music files. In 2008, Best Buy came calling and scooped it up. The retail giant only held to Napster for a few years before selling it to Rhapsody in 2011. Rhapsody tried to make Napster a household name in Europe for the next decade before a consortium of blockchain companies led by HiveMind and Algorand bought it in 2022. These companies had plans to do some kind of NFT based nonsense because Music X Web3 is one of the most exciting spaces. That didn't work, and well, here we are, here to another 25 years of being passed around like a hot potato. Interesting. That was a good article. I liked that. I liked that. Nothing Essential Spaces is an AI powered app done right. I've never heard of this. The most notable feature of Nothing's latest phones, maybe its combo of distinct hardware design. Wait, what? And Android software tweaks. However, after using the Nothing Phone 3A for a few weeks, the Essential Space app has kept me hooked on what is this? Nothing Phone? I don't think I want to read about the Nothing Phone. I thought it was like an app. Hmm. It's like an AI. What the heck? That's an interesting phone. Dolph Mendoza, GME to the moon. Let's go. Let's go. GME to the moon indeed, sir. Kroger countersues rival Albertsons after demise of $25 billion merger. U.S. grocery chain Kroger countersued Albertsons on Tuesday, escalating a legal battle between the companies following the collapse of their proposed $25 billion merger in December. Albertsons terminated the merger immediately after courts blocked it and sued Kroger, alleging a breach of contract that led to the deal falling apart. The formal termination ended a 2-year effort by the grocery chains to combine the regulators, who moved to stop the deal, said would eliminate competition and cause higher prices, and reduce leverage for unionized workers. In December, Albertsons asked for billions of dollars in damages along with a $600 million termination fee. Kroger had called the claims baseless. Albertsons engaged in a campaign with divestiture buyer C&S Wholesale Grocers to pursue its own regulatory strategy. Albertsons' misconduct shockingly came to light in the middle of antitrust trials under government cross-examination of Susan Morris. Albertsons recently promoted CEO designate. Okay. The supermarket chain said Albertsons was not entitled to the termination fee or other damages due to its misconduct. Kroger's weak claims are a deliberate tactic to distract from its own ongoing executive leadership issues, blatant reoccurring failures to carry out its contractual obligations under the merger agreement, and avoid paying the damages it owes. In early March, Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen resigned after a board investigation found that his personal conduct was inconsistent with certain company policies. Same day, Albertsons said CEO Vivek Sankaran would retire and insider Morris would assume the top role. Kroger said the counterclaim aimed to seek damages from Albertsons to recover the investment it had made to obtain regulatory approval for the merger. The grocer also added in the counterclaim it appeared that Albertsons had shifted its focus towards the current legal battle long before instead of pushing to close the transaction. However, Albertsons said on Tuesday it was committed to the success of the combination from the outset, and it was Kroger who did not hold up its end of the bargain. We look forward to presenting our case in court, Albertson said. Okay. Decent article. What was this? GameStop exclusive Batman. What's this? Okay. Wedbush reaffirms underperform rating. I think we already read about that. Indecent. What's up, Indecent? How you doing, bro? Miklos Schmidt. What's up, Miklos Schmidt? Haven't seen that name in here before. Or wait, maybe I have. I don't know. A lot of random new names. They were in here yesterday. Dolphin Miklos. I remember Indecent. Indecent's been in here a bunch of times. Damn, there's a lot of people in here for GameStop earnings. That's crazy. 28 votes. 60% think GameStop's gonna go up. Interesting. Why is there so many people in here today? I don't know. There's nothing to talk about with GameStop, so if someone wants to talk about GameStop, you gotta bring up a subject or something, because there's no news or anything. We're just waiting on the earnings. Game Informer should announce something, maybe. Should be a good time. There's a lot of positive things for this earnings. Even if the stock doesn't move, who knows? Many positive things for the future of this company. Poll might come to 50-50 by the end of the day. Yeah, That's pretty interesting. I honestly thought more people would think it was going to go down. But for some reason, everyone was bearish for like, what, like 3 weeks? And now everyone's bullish again. It's kind of funny, right? How are you going to be bearish for 3 weeks? Like that. It's ridiculous, son. GameStop announces reboot of Game Informer and NFT marketplace, and a small chance it comes true and I look smart. I don't know. Okay. I mean, hopefully not the NFT marketplace, because NFTs are booty cheeks, but Game Informer's cool. I'd rather announce Bitcoin purchases than NFTs. NFTs are useless. Like, actually useless. Like, I don't even know. I don't even understand how NFTs were, like, hype for, like, that, like, year or two period. That shit's crazy. I mean, I guess some of them are still worth something. I guess there's still, like, $1 million Bored Apes and whatever. But other than that, I don't know. NFTs are weird. Should we read about this guy? I don't think I want to read about this, actually. This seems terrible. Good lord, I ain't reading this article. That's insanity. I'll read the gaming one. I ain't reading about frickin'... Yeah, whatever that last article was. Getting into the pet rock business. That'd be something, but yeah, NFTs with no utility are useless. I mean, they'd have to make like a big game like Split Fiction or something, because a lot of those games just aren't even like good. I've never seen a good like crypto game, NFT game. You'd have to get lucky and like actually create a good game instead of whatever they're like creating. I don't know though. I guess it could be like a space for like open source game creation though or something. Who knows? Game genres are completely meaningless and it's all your fault. We need to crumple up and throw them all away. Genres always were broken, of course they are. As with any form of human-invented categorization, arbitrary, the notion of labeling any specific game as one type is inherently nonsensical. All art existing on an infinite spectrum and the boundaries of labels drawn utterly subjective. That's been the case forever, and is notable that about 15 years ago there were growing calls to abandon genre titles altogether, as they felt so needlessly restrictive and confusing. Of course, instead, we went in the exact opposite direction and quadrupled... Okay, do I really want to read this long-ass article about game genres? I don't think I do. I think I'm good on that. And Dragoon, I mean, I like the game, but I ain't gonna read about Legends of Dragoon. I wish there was more GameStop articles or something. That'd be cool. But there's just, like, nothing. It's very quiet. There's a lot of people streaming about GameStop right now, I believe. Canel's videos almost hit 1 million views, which is dope. Yeah, there's a few people watching GameStop. Sorta, kinda. Sorta, kinda. But yeah, I don't even know, like... I don't even know, man. Small fry. Hey, you changed your profile picture. I like that. I like that. It's French fries. It's a small fry. It only took me 4 years to change it. Why are so many people streaming about it? I mean, there was literally like 4 streams, so nobody's really streaming about it. But yeah, it's all hype. It's all hype. Although it's not as hyped as last time, I don't think. Last time was crazy. And like, there's a decent amount of people in here today. But the views last time were wild, man. There's a lot of people coming in and out. Yeah, I guess they're decent right now. I haven't even streamed for an hour and we're already going, so. Yeah, I guess it's just the hype. Easy clicks. People are interested in GameStop for like a short amount of time because they gamble on it, hoping for the squeeze or whatever. And then they stop caring. Unless it squeezes, you know, then people will care a lot. I think it's probably a common stock people like gamble options on, I would imagine. Cause I mean, for like any stock, earnings is pretty exciting. Like when I was first streaming in 2021, a lot of like the bigger streams were because we watched earnings after hours, and a bunch of people would come in and ask what they reported, whatever. Because not everyone and their mom was using Twitter back then. It's pretty rare people actually use Twitter back then. It seemed like, but yeah, it's just an earnings thing. It's just a hype event for stocks. But it's not like every stock gets like super gambled on, you know. This would be this would probably be the biggest one on it. I don't know, maybe like Tesla or Nvidia probably might be the biggest ones. This is probably up there though. Is probably one of the most gambled on stocks for earnings. I mean, that's just my opinion though. I don't actually know. I could probably go and find out, dig in, but I just don't care enough. I'm gambling on it long term, so I don't like earnings. The short-term movement on earnings is too insane. GME was all the rage last summer. Facts. It really was. It was a good time. It was a good time. Can't believe there's just like no freaking insider buying. Quiet day. Oh, Rumble posted in the morning. I thought it was a nighttime post. Let's see how they did. Doesn't look like it really moved. Yeah, a little bit. A lot of resistance up at that $8, but I think Rumble's decent if I remember right. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while. They probably don't have their 10K posted. They're pretty slow on that. Oh, they do. Wow. That's actually insane. How's the volume? I have no clue. Volume. It's only 2.1 million. Oh, never mind. Rumble's losing a lot of money. I could have sworn they were positive, but I guess not. Yeah, it's a damn. Rumble's a small ass company. What the heck? I thought it was a. Apparently, I haven't looked at this in a long time, or maybe I've never looked at it. That's yeah, that does not look good. Only there was some good news to read about. Hey, look, a Discord one. Let's read about this. Discord announces massive desktop redesign with tons of new features. Discord is bringing some of its most popular mobile features over to its desktop app for the first time with a significant redesign. Popular messaging program completely redesigned its mobile app in 2023, fully releasing it to users in December of the same year. Users almost immediately revolted, with many canceling their Discord Nitro subscriptions in protest of the massive redesign. The company has continued to work on improving the mobile app in recent years. Rumors of a desktop redesign have swirled on social media throughout 24 and early 25, and on Tuesday, March 25th, it was finally revealed. Discord launched the new Midnight theme alongside its mobile app redesign back in 2023, and it's finally coming to desktop with the latest update in the form of what they're calling Onyx. That's not the only theme coming to the desktop either, as Discord is also launching a new light theme alongside Ash and Dark, two dark theme variants that are closer to the app's existing design. Okay, I don't. Okay. Accompanying the new theme is another feature previously only on mobile. As Discord has brought UI density options over to its desktop app, users will be able to choose from spacious, default, and compact to adjust the space between messages, letting you see more or less at a time, whichever you prefer. Outside of the new themes, Discord Desktop has added the ability to resize the channel list so you can have it take up as much room as you like. This will make it easier to see a channel's name, but will also be handy for those looking to maximize how much of the chat window they can see. There are refreshed color accents and illustrations throughout the app that are meant to improve legibility and make the desktop app design consistent with its mobile variant. This comes just days after Discord announced that it's bringing ads to its mobile app through sponsored video quests. Starting June 2025, users will be able to watch videos to unlock in-game items and decorations for their avatars. They have avatars on Discord now? Man. Yeah, there's nothing there. I mean, we've already read something similar to this, but I'll check it out. Big publishers and studios are scrambling to avoid GTA 6's launch. Grand Theft Auto 6 is officially launching. Officially? I don't know about officially, but later this fall on Xbox Series XS and PS5. It will likely be one of the biggest game releases in history. Millions of players are planning to buy the Rockstar's open world crime sim while inevitably ignoring other games. That's bad news for publishers and developers working on new games or big updates for live service titles. As a result, some of these companies are reportedly creating plans to avoid GTA 6 entirely. On March 25th, reporter Christopher Dring, over at his recently launched newsletter and podcast, The Game Business, reported that he spoke to senior executives at multiple large video game publishers about GTA 6's upcoming release and how it will impact their plans and decisions. While they all had slightly different answers and thoughts, the general consensus was that nobody wanted to directly compete with Rockstar's juggernaut. We don't want to be anywhere near GTA 6. We're working up multiple different plans for our titles, said an unnamed boss at a massive publisher. Another exec at a big game company told the outlet that it's tough out there, even without GTA 6 around. It's immensely difficult to find free time for new games to shine. They said and added that free time is the real scarcity for us, not money. A third executive in charge of a large European publisher said we don't want to launch just before or just after the game. If it arrives in late October, that means you have to launch early, which a lot of people seem to be doing with the recent glut of summer release dates, or go later, putting you up against the Black Friday sales. This isn't the first time we've heard reports of publishers being nervous about GTA 6 and changing plans to avoid it. In February, EA boss Andrew Wilson alluded to Grand Theft Auto 6's launch, saying there may be some things happening in the year that may cause us to think differently about our launch timing. In that same month, GameFile's Stefan Totilo reported that he heard everyone's waiting for Take-Two and Rockstar to pick a release date for GTA 6 before anyone commits to a fall launch. Live service devs are worried about Grand Theft Auto 6. And it's not just publishers nervous about GTA 6's massive impact on the industry. The game business reports that people working on two popular live service games are watching closely and will likely push updates back to get out of Rockstar's way. GTA 6 is basically a huge meteor, and we will just stay clear of the blast zone, said one studio exec. We will nudge our release back or forward 3 weeks to avoid it. Of course, the problem is everyone is going to do the same. So 3 or 4 weeks before or after GTA 6, you're going to get a load of games dropping content in what they believe will be the safe zone. Another dev told the outlet that there's no point in swimming against the current and that they would just need to win players back once all the buzz started to cool around GTA 6. Perhaps the most frustrating problem publishers and developers are facing is that it's possible Rockstar delays GTA 6 into 2026. If that happens, that means all the games that moved out of 2025 to avoid it would end up jumping right into the blast radius, unless they quickly delay it again or can move releases dates forward. According to the Dring, publishers he spoke to have multiple plans in place just in case. If we move out of 2025, what if Rockstar does too? Said one exec. Will we have time to push our game up, or will we have to delay further? It's stressful. Crazy how one game can shake the industry. Yeah, it's wild. Very the big game. Very anticipated. Huge game. Waymo. Waymo's going everywhere. New program for school officials to report bullying. Um, let's read about this, I guess. I don't know. I actually don't want to read about that one. Very interesting, though. Apple Music integration is now available on more DJ platforms. If only there was some good news. I feel like every time I complain about the news, I find a good article, so that's what I'm hoping for. Oh, this is a good article. Second Steam listing this year found hiding new and clever malware, this time through a fake demo link on developer's website. We're once again reminding you to be careful out there after users found another Steam game acting as a front for malware. This is the second game we've seen hiding malicious intent on Steam's storefront this year, and though both games have been taken down, it's worth being extra cautious around unknown listings. According to the gamer, Sniper Phantom's Resolution, or Phantoms, if you go by the game's logo, was listed as a fairly typical looking FPS where players would be navigating hostile environments, face moral dilemmas, all set in a world where justice and survival collide. I suppose that's one way to describe downloading and dealing with malware. The offending game was first spotted by Reddit users and swiftly turned into an investigative collaboration. This time, the game page was used purely as a front, using fairly generic-looking images, complete with misspellings, slated with a future release date, and no game actually available to download through Steam. Instead, any potential detection through Steam was bypassed by directing users to the developer's website, which touted a download link to a demo for the game. Unsurprisingly, users found the link did not provide a demo but instead installed malware onto their PCs. The good news here is that most of the folks talking about this online seem to be very aware of how dodgy this all looked. Rather than a group of victims, instead we have some curious and capable individuals who managed to safely use a virtual machine to get a closer look at this malicious software. The bad news is it seems somewhat sophisticated. In digging deeper, Reddit user MentBent3 deduced the malware to be an information stealer and described it as something new and clever. It gets access to the administrator's privileges, bypasses Windows encryption, and steals all the data on your PC, all while largely avoiding detection by virus scanners. While it's long been taken down, you can get a look at the dodgy listing using the Wayback Machine. This includes a developer update to the game from the 20th of this month, which warns people about downloading the game from any other source than Steam. This could point to a weird social experiment from the creator, so make sure to keep yourself ever vigilant out there when clicking mysterious links. Ugh. What's up, fake Ryan Cohen? How I messed up most ass. I'm invested too. It takes him a long time to switch accounts. That's funny. Ryan Cohen buy more shares shortly after earnings. Mysterious link. What's up, Isaiah? How you doing, bro? jeez. There's a lot of weird ads today, or a lot of weird news stories, like a lot of like crimes I don't want to read about. Very weird. Very weird day for news. I don't really want to read through this, but yeah. There's a lot of crime. Lots of crime. Not a lot of articles, though. I guess we'll just read about Waymo because I don't know what else to do. Waymo officially on its way to the nation's capital. Alphabet-owned autonomous driving robo-taxi service will be available in Washington, D.C. in 2026. I've experienced firsthand how safely the Waymo driver operates around pedestrians, cyclists, and other vulnerable road users, says Governor Highway Safety Association CEO Jonathan Adkins. Waymo has worked with GHSA and our first responder network as they've expanded their service, always putting safety first. As someone who walks to work almost every day, I'm excited to share the road with Waymo in Washington, D.C. So far, Waymo 1 currently operates in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Silicon Valley, and Phoenix, and is also driving in Austin and Atlanta through its partnership with Uber. The expansion follows a dominating 2024 for Waymo, which completed more than 4 million paid autonomous rides last year, as other robo-taxi competitors still lagged in the churning market. Service in Miami will be also launched in 2026 through a partnership with startup Move.io. What is that? Move.io. How come? Oh, there we go. It's like a foreign Uber. What is this? Impact goals. Join the Move community and begin your journey towards owning your vehicle and starting your business. Well, they're not in the US. I think you just like rent the car from them or something. This product offers you the opportunity to drive and own a brand new Move finance vehicle in 30. Oh, it's okay, interesting. I see. Oh, I lost the article though. That's an L. Where'd it go? And I lost my spot. Okay, so General Motors began shuttering its Cruise robo-taxi service in December. Elon Musk's Tesla still doesn't manufacture a robo-taxi or run a hailing service, despite promising robo-taxi cars for roughly a decade. Amazon Zoox is continuing road testing in multiple U.S. cities, with plans to start service in Las Vegas and San Francisco. Waymo declined to provide additional comments. The rollout will get underway through a series of road trips with the Waymo driver. At first, test rides are operated manually by human drivers who give the company feedback and context about driving nuances in the city. We'll continue introducing ourselves to DC's communities and emergency responders over the coming months. Company said in the release, we'll also continue to work closely with policymakers to formalize the regulations needed to operate without a human behind the wheel in the district. Waymo completed more than 4 million paid autonomous rides in 2024. Damn, that's wild. I swear Waymo's in Las Vegas, though. I don't know why. Maybe they're just like testing it out there. Because I've seen those cars. Or maybe it's a different company. I don't know. Maybe they're testing everywhere or in a lot of places, but what's up, Jared? How you doing, bro? A a That's funny. A um if only there was. I guess I'm just gonna find random articles to read now because there's just not much. Just not much. While oil companies may not love President Trump drill baby drill agenda, U.S. oil and gas investors may not be on board with the plan. Right now, with oil prices, I think we're going to start to see a lot of companies starting to pare back on their capital spending, said Clark Williams, dairy and energy finance analyst at the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. The U.S. is already producing more crude oil than any other nation in history. In December 2024, U.S. oil and gas firms produced more than 13.49 million barrels of crude oil per day. That's an all-time high rate of production, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration's records. High rates of production tend to lower prices, which benefits consumers, but if prices drop too far, affecting producers' profits, they may stop drilling. Most Americans see oil prices reflected in the price they pay per gallon at gas stations. Retail price of gasoline fluctuates based on seasonal trends and other factors. On March 24th, 2025, the nationwide average price of regular unleaded gasoline was about 3.1 per gallon. According to GasBuddy data, that is far below the highest ever nationwide average price of over $5 per gallon in June 22. U.S. gasoline prices are expected to fall by 11 cents in 2025 and 19 cents in 26. Interesting. According to U.S. Energy Information Administration forecasts, according to the EIA, crude oil prices in the U.S. accounted for about 52.6% of the average retail price of gasoline in 2023, most recent data available. The future trajectory of crude oil prices is a key concern for investors in the oil and gas industry. On March 24, 2025, the spot price of the U.S. benchmark for crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, was hovering below $70 a barrel. Analysts at S&P Global Commodity Insight expected WTI to average 66 per barrel in 25. Lower prices for oil affect the profitability of oil and gas businesses, which must sell on global markets. Producers surveyed by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas in March 24 reported they would need to sell oil at break-even prices of about $64 a barrel in order to make a profit from drilling new wells. It's a real challenge to get oil prices at a level that producers are comfortable with, but also that consumers can live with. That was actually a good article. I like that. Porta potty thing in a dinner once, and it really grabbed my attention. Damn, that's a callback if I've ever heard one. That's a crazy callback. Just good friends of mine, not GME really. That's a crazy callback. Holy shit, that's funny. That's funny. That's a wild callback right there, Mr. Ryan Cohen. What's up, Rex? Been a while. Hope you're doing good, bro. Good lord, this is a long article. I don't know if I want to read this one. I'm upset with the National Security Advisor Michael Waltz for reportedly adding a journalist to a signal thread with top officials discussing military plans. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess let's read this one. Chinese automaker BYD reported annual revenue of 770 billion yuan, or 107 billion for 24, leapfrogging US rival Tesla as competition between the two electric vehicle rivals heat up. In a filing published on Monday, BYD posted a 29% increase in revenue from the previous year, bolstered by sales of its hybrid vehicles. This figure exceeded the 97.7 billion annual revenue reported by Elon Musk's Tesla. Wang Chuanfu, chairman and president of BYD, hailed the firm's rapid development in 24, noting the company became the first automaker globally to reach the milestone of rolling out 10 million new energy vehicles in November. BYD has become an industry leader in every sector, from batteries, electronics, to new energy vehicles, breaking the dominance of foreign brands and reshaping the new landscape of the global market. The filing comes shortly after BYD announced a new battery technology that it claims can charge EVs almost as quickly as it takes to fill a gasoline car. The automaker said last week that its new so-called Super E platform will allow cars that use the technology to achieve 400 kilometers, roughly 249 miles of range with just 5 minutes of charging. CNBC could not independently verify these claims. Analysts hailed BYD's new battery platform as out of this world and suggested the development could lead to a profound change of behavior among EV owners. Hong Kong listed shares of BYD have rallied 46% year to date. Shares of Tesla, meanwhile, have tumbled more than 31% so far this year, amid rising consumer boycotts and plummeting demand globally, driven in part of Musk's rise as a hardline conservative political figure. Nothing there. Let's see what this guy has to say. Oh my gosh, I don't want to read about this. Never mind. If it was shorter, I would, but I'm not going to read that long of an article about something I don't even, agree with. We'll see what happens. A lot of talk about the call put ratio on GameStop, which I think it was like that last earnings as well, and the stock didn't even move. So, kind of interesting, I guess. I suppose. Let's see what this is. Wait, LeBron James made a song? That's crazy. James forever. James forever. Okay, so TikTok Live gifts explain gift value list and how much they're worth. Looking to support your favorite TikTok creators, you can show your appreciation by purchasing in-app TikTok Live gifts. Each TikTok gift holds a unique value, so be sure to check the gift's detail before making your purchase to ensure it's the perfect way to show your support. While the live gifts feature isn't new, it can still be confusing for new users on TikTok as what these virtual gifts actually are. And as live streams continue to become a more popular feature on the app, so does the gift feature, making more and more people wonder what these digital gifts actually are and why some cost as much as they do. TikTok also has its own in app donation system, which allows users to send their favorite creators real money in the form of gifts, which can be bought with TikTok coins. However, the creators will have to be on a live in order for people to send them gifts. Each virtual gift costs a different amount of coins, so naturally, if you want to donate more money to your favorite creator, you would send them a more expensive gift. There are over 100 different TikTok gifts available, with prices ranging from as low as 1 penny each to as high as $562.48, or 44,999 TikTok coins. Users are also able to make their own bundle for up to 2.5 million coins. In order to purchase a virtual gift, the user must first purchase virtual coins on the platform using real money. There are numerous pricing plans available for purchasing a coin bundle, fees included. Those are all the prices. These prices can provide a rough estimate, but exact values may differ based on your location and any promotional discounts TikTok might offer from time to time. It's always best to check the latest pricing directly with TikTok's app for the most accurate information. These are a bunch of gifts you can get, I guess. I guess they're just like sticker type things or something. There's a lot of them. Holy crap. It literally gives you a whole list of all of them. If you found a TikTok creator you want to send a gift, you'll have to make sure you have enough balance to cover the coins needed. I don't think we need to read that. Okay, I just wanted to see what those were. I think I already kind of knew, but I don't have TikTok, so who knows? Call LeBron James almost. Wait, what? LeBron James almost? What does that even mean? Style vacuum cleaner is just one of my mini announcements. Alright, that's funny. 250 shares in his Cash App. Nice. That's fire. I didn't know you could buy stocks on Cash App. I thought you could only buy crypto. That's pretty cool, though. Nothing. You don't do it for me, not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a huge LeBron fan either, but he's pretty good. I mean, can't deny that. Pretty damn good. Do they finally have a release date for Switch 2? Or is it still just an estimate? Full reveal for Nintendo Switch 2 takes place next week on April 2nd. Okay, so that's probably when you'll get the actual release date. Good to know. Oh wait, I was just on that website. And that one. The news is so whack today. I can't get over it. Where's a Game Informer announcement when you need it? They said they were going to do it in the afternoon, but it'll probably just be during the earnings here. Thank you, Ryan Cohen. Appreciate that. All we need is Fake Roy and Kitty in here, and then we have the whole crew. We got the whole squad of trolls. GameStop shares dip ahead of earnings. Let's see what this says. You're telling me I have to be logged in to read this? This terrible article? Well, guess what? I'm not logging in. Goodness gracious, man. I just want to read a little bit. Why is that so bad? I mean, it'd probably just log me right in, actually. Let me try. Let me see something. Yeah, I can just log right in. Nice. We're good to go now. GameStop shares dipping 1.3% ahead of quarterly results after the bell, as investors focus on the co's cost savings efforts in a challenging retail environment. Just two analysts provide estimates for GME. They on average expect fiscal Q4 revenue down negative 18% to 1.48 billion, with adjusted EPS seen at 0.08 versus 0.22 a year ago. Damn, the analysts are like, that's interesting. This is gonna be such an interesting earnings, bro. If that's like true, if there's really like, that's the. We'll see. We'll see. Very interesting. As the co continues to face competition from online digital retails and a slow gaming market recovery, GME stocks fallen about 18% year to date, underperforming the S&P, which is down 2% in the same period. GME was the center of the 21 meme stock. Blah 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 blah. Same stuff. Always. Always the same stuff. It's crazy how the whole market's just waiting for this. At least that's what it seems like. It's probably not, but it definitely seems like that. I gotta go. I'll be right back. I'm back. What is meta? Oh, meta's decently far from all-time highs. But you're still holding this range between like 590 and 630-ish. Somewhere around there. 580, I guess. I don't know. Do you think the market's bearish or not? Because I don't know. This GameStop earnings can't come any faster, bro. Damn, 43 votes? That's crazy. That's a lot of votes. We don't even have that many people here most of the time. 43 people voted, huh? Very interesting. What's up, Elvis? I was gonna do something, but I forgot. Guess it doesn't matter that much. I guess we just hunt for more articles to read. Because there's not much to do. Waiting on this earnings. Look, I got my chart back. Well, one of them. This chart looks gross, but it's following this trend line very well. Wow, that must have been new. Who knows? Too many lines these days on too many different charts. Lose track. New home sales rebound. House price index. Still going up. Red Book. This is a real estate thing, isn't it? Oh, same store sales growth. Money supply still going up. Economics. Exciting stuff right there. Tell you. Let me tell you. Economics is so exciting. Damn, that's a name we have. Hey, you guys got your wish. You happy now? You guys happy now? He's back for you. He came back just for you. I'm not even gonna ban him this time because you guys love the owl so much. You know that inept owl? My community loves you. It's so weird. It's very weird. I don't know why they like you so much, but they do. So welcome back. Oh shit, that's funny. You guys got your wish. I hope you're happy. We aren't clapping? I'm not. It's all you. I was insta-banned then the entire time. Nah, I never insta-banned you, bro. I never insta-banned you. You're tripping. You tripping, son. I might have banned you for like a couple days or something, but I've never insta-banned you. Good name. Super microphone. There we go. Oh, if only there was something good to read about. Oh, man. Maybe we should just watch some Roaring Kitty or something. That could be a good time. I know you guys love Roaring Kitty so much. We could watch some Little Doofus. Nobody wants to watch Little Doofus, though. Little Doofus. Little Durfus. Watch Severance? No. I'm not watching Severance. I'm good on all that. Little derp. Little derp -der. Who did, what comedian did that? What comedian? There's a comedian that did that, I thought. A good day for push-ups? Is it? I don't want to do push-ups. That sounds like a lot of work. Carlos Mencia. Oh, isn't that guy isn't that guy like steal jokes? Used to do them always back in the day. I know. I'm lazy now. Now I just go to the gym. That was the early stages of working out. That's how it starts. You just do push-ups every day, and then you move on to the weights and doing other stuff, I guess. I mean, I probably should still do them. I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy, honestly. That's all I can say about it. My theory is if I do push-ups all day every day, I'm not gonna be like as strong when I go to the gym, and I need to be able to lift as much weight as I can the first few sets. That's my theory. Because when you're doing push-ups all the time, it does get tiring. His name is actually Ned Holson. He's not even Mexican, he's German and Honduran. That's funny. I just thought he famously like stole jokes and stuff. Promoted movement. I did do that. I used to promote movement. I mean, I still We still talk about like the gym and like nutrition all the time though. Just do 100 push-ups for a solid warm-up. What's up, Hassani? Hundred's a lot. That's a lot. We sat here all day. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. If I wasn't like going to the gym, I probably would do them more. But yeah, gotta have full strength for the weights because you can only lift so much. Like of like super heavy weight. Like it's easy to do a bunch of like uh, just a bunch of push-ups. It's lightweight. I mean, it's not really lightweight, but it's just your body weight compared to like actually loading up as much weight as you can and doing it. Different approach. A lot of us did them with you. Well, I mean, do your push-ups. Do your push-ups. The definition of warming up for heavy weights. That's not how I warm up. I warm up with like the cable. I like do like some weird like shoulder exercise. It's mostly my shoulders that I need to warm up before I do like heavy weight on at least chest. Everything else is kind of easy, but uh yeah. I do a lot of cable for warm up. I feel like that's the best thing. If we go above 30 per before 8 p.m., can you sell some shares and buy home gym equipment? Workout GME streams would be wild. Nah, I ain't selling at 30. I wish I'd get dude, a whole home gym would be sick. I'd be pretty stoked on that. Just do sets of 25 and rest in between. Very simple. Yeah. I'm sure I could do it, but that's a lot of push-ups. It's a lot of push-ups. Get tired after like 70, 80. But maybe with a rest in between with 25, I could probably do 100. When I get trolled, isn't that like every day? I feel like I get trolled every day. See? Right on schedule. Right on schedule. So easy to troll. I think trolling's not that hard. Doesn't it's not really. It's not really a difficult thing to do. 2677. Star Trek. What's up, Star Trek? Haven't seen that name in here before. The Star Trek. Seated overhead press is a great for shoulder warm-ups, lightweight. 15 to 20. Ooh, I've never actually tried that for a warm-up. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'll definitely give that one a try. One of your videos popped up in my recommended to watch, and I watched it and I loved it. It must have been a Suron video. I'd imagine. If it was any other video, I mean, God bless you. Yes, it was. I figured. There's a lot of people come in here from those videos, and it's kind of funny. Well, I gave you your time, buddy. I gave you your time. That's all you get. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. See if they changed anything on this. Doesn't look like it. We could read the whole corporate governance. That would be boring. There's a lot. There's a lot. I ain't gonna read that. Not today. Maybe one of these days we'll do it. What's up, Jason? Haven't seen that name in here before. How do you like the new investor relation page? Looks like trash. But I get it. Oh man. It looks like you created the website, Ryan Cohen. It looks like you created it. It's not that bad. I like the simplicity of it, actually. The simplicity of it's actually really nice. We're so short staff, it's unreal. It's the slowest day ever, bro. I can't believe there's just nothing right now. We drop at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Gives us less time to make decisions. AZI did the same thing, I believe, with their earnings. Nah, they'll do it after market, most likely. It's very rare companies do early earnings releases. Very rare. But in the meantime, finding something to do. Who knows, man? It's a slow day. Slow day for the market, slow day for news. We're all just waiting. The stock market revolves around GameStop, I guess. Not really, but it seems like it sometimes. The business is declining, so say bad earnings unless they have some news on the investment of the money they have. What do you mean their business is declining? Anyone who says their business is declining probably hasn't looked at their financial report and seen that the business isn't declining. That's interesting. Interesting take with no evidence, just saying words. People are not buying physical games any longer. How did they post 800 million revenue last quarter if nobody's buying anything? Very weird chat today. Very interesting chat today. God, dude. What is this chat? What is going on right now? Are you guys good, bro? Oh man. Currently down like 8%, so when I saw it reach 21, I knew it'd go up. I might as well add some more. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. In the short term, I have no expectation for this stock, but a few years out, should be good to go. We'll see. We shall see. I have a nice position, so I hope everything will be positive. However, I think numbers will not be that good. I don't know why you would that doesn't really make sense. I don't know why you would be like bearish on the company's financials and hold the stock. I don't really understand that, but hopefully it works out for you. Hopefully it works out. I mean, hopefully it works out for all of us, but that just seems weird to be like, yeah. I don't know how you would have conviction in something like this if you think it's not good. But I assume it's a small position. Most likely. I don't know. That's just, yeah. Can't relate. I would never have the position I have if I thought the financials were trash. Dude, this sucks. I cannot believe there's no news, man. There's some okay articles, but there's just nothing here. Got a weed growing game, bro. What is this? That's ridiculous, bro. That's actually ridiculous. Play Pokemon while you wait. Nah, I don't want to play Pokemon, I don't think. Maybe they think every dog has its day. I guess. I don't know. Personally, I just don't get that. I think you'd be invested in a company that's like you think positively about and think could do well. But I guess I don't know. I guess I don't understand. Final Fantasy. I like watching you suck at platform. I'm good at that game. What do you mean? But I don't want to play Final Fantasy. I really don't want to play any games right now. Not really. Just chilling. Not in the gaming mood. It's a fake roaring kitty. The chart? What do you mean? I don't have a chart up. Oh, what's the chart? I don't know. Oh, the YouTube chart? I was just wondering why it went from 0 to 8 viewers. It's a little weird. But yeah, the GameStop chart, I have no clue. Like I bought I bought a bunch of shares, sold a little bit, but so you know where my position lies. You know what I think the stock's gonna do, but what it's actually gonna do, I could not tell you. Here, I'll show you what's gonna happen on GameStop earnings. Here, I got you. Here, this is a GameStop earnings right here. Right here. See this? You got a coin right here. Heads it goes up, tails it goes down. Oh shit. Well, you heard it here first. The coin says it goes down. So, there you go. That's earnings for you. We did it. We predicted earnings. We flipped the coin, and there you go. That's earnings. It's over. It's over. We predicted it. There's earnings for you. Flip it again? Nope. You can't flip it again. Betting my income on a flip of a coin, wild. I mean, that's what you're doing here. That's earnings. That's literally what you're doing. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen, really? That was the point of that. Who knows? You either believe in it or you don't. That's investing, I guess. Ugh, I have a headache, dude. This is so whack, bro. There's like literally nothing to do. I'm like sitting here thinking of things to do. I've looked at the news pages like 10 times now, and it hasn't changed. So this sucks. Matthew, what's up, Matthew? Been a while, my friend. Or maybe you were here yesterday, I don't remember, but hopefully you're doing good, bro. What's up? What's up? Meetings, etc. Earnings dropping right after the bell. I have no clue. Probably like 5-10 minutes after, maybe 30. Really couldn't tell you. What's new with Amaranth? I guess she released more footage of that robbery, but I haven't looked into it. I only saw the headline. Having a bud? What does that mean? Having a bud? Having a bud? That could mean a lot of things. I mean, if Matthew's chiefing up, I don't know Matthew. He doesn't seem like that type. But maybe I did learn that he's a gambling degenerate, so maybe I'm about to learn something new again about my friend Matthew. You don't know the Bud commercials? Yeah, like Bud Light, Budweiser. But Bud could mean anything. I guess we can read about Jack Doherty. Bud commercial, what's up? Oh yeah, yeah. What's up? Isn't it the frogs? What's up? What's up? Every time you come in here and say "What's up," I'm thinking of like Scary Movie. All right. Somebody's been referencing. I guess not. Weak now, 15 times, 12 times green. Nice, bro. Oh yeah, that's what's up. All right, we're gonna read about LeBron James's song because we can't listen to it. LeBron James song remixes take over TikTok and viral glazing trend. A new wave of LeBron James song remixes has taken TikTok by storm, sparking a viral trend that's dominating For You pages everywhere. These remixes, known as LeBron's glazing tracks, replace the lyrics of iconic songs with exaggerated praise and humorous commentary about the basketball legend. When started as a niche joke, has quickly spiraled into a viral phenomenon on TikTok, inspiring meme-worthy content and even a parody called Bronify. The tr- the trend began March 5th, 2025, when TikToker It's Okay Spade posted the LeBron song, an audio track dedicated to praising LeBron James, accompanied by a caption about struggling to write lyrics that weren't about LeBron. The video amassed over 750,000 likes. Its catchy sound inspired others to join in on the fun. On March 14th, content creator ILY August contributed to the trend with The LeBron That I Used to Know, a parody of Goaties, I don't know who that is, hit song. The remix humorously highlighted LeBron's achievements, receiving over 2.8 million views. Hold up, I gotta listen to this. I'm muting my mic. Oh man, that was worth it. LeBronny! I think I could actually listen to it because it's like sped up, but I'm not gonna take any chances, I don't think. Later that day, ILY August shared another remix, this time parodying Tamar Braxton's Let Me Know, which lyrics like, Did you know that LeBron's glazing is more than a hobby? Other TikTokers followed suit, producing remixes like The Man of the Lakers, parody of Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, and That's Braun, a nod to That's Life. These edits racked up millions of views and quickly became a hallmark of TikTok's signature chaotic brain rot humor. On March 19th, fans of the trend launched Bronify, a parody app of Versal mimicking Spotify. It housed all the LeBron remixes, offering a hilarious streaming experience. Although the app was quickly removed, it inspired additional content with skits like Choochington's Bronify ad gaining tens of thousands of likes. LeBron remix trend continues to thrive, turning the basketball star into an unlikely music muse across TikTok. It's just one of the many trends popping off TikTok in 25, alongside the bizarre shoe body bop meme and the price tag craze. Okay. Tilted bad late last week, but I'm up 2,400. Nice. Scary Movie was referencing the commercial. Oh, I gotcha. I didn't know. I don't want to read about Jack Doherty. I don't care about this kid. Now you can generate images directly from ChatGPT and Sora. There will be no more need to switch back and forth to DALL-E. OpenAI just announced that all users will soon be able to generate images directly inside of ChatGPT. It's rolling out to ChatGPT Plus Pro team and mostly importantly free users. This will be the default image generation tool in 4.0, so there'll be no need to open DALL-E whenever you want to whip up a picture of a cat in space eating lasagna or whatever. Features also coming to Sora. Company says the platform will generate high quality images based on your prompt, conversation, and uploaded files. To the latter point, it'll be able to transform pre existing images based on prompts, OpenAI is also boasting about significant improvements in text rendering and contextual understanding. These, these new tools are intended for both personal and professional use. As such, OpenAI gives a number of examples as to where the type of image generation could come in handy. These include the creation of infographics, social media promotional graphics, and images with plenty of text as seen below. This being a modern generation tool, it can also handle high-end visuals. The company says it offers a strong capability for photorealism, including light, shadow, and texture accuracy. The ability to understand context could also be useful, as OpenAI says this could be used to create a poster of birds found in Central Park, or a visualization of an art history era discussed previously in the conversation. It's built on GPT-4o, an AI model that was first released last year. The O stands for Omni, which is a reference to the model's multi-modal capabilities, multimodal. This is what allows many of the aforementioned features, like being able to iterate on uploaded files. Today's new looks like another step on the long road towards the one AI to rule them all, functionality that Sam Altman teased a few weeks back. Okay. Okay. They're making a new Final Destination, I guess. Seems like Copyright City, so I don't know if I want to watch the trailer or not. I don't know if I can watch movie trailers on stream or not. I don't know. Probably has music anyway. What's this? Jimmy bought Bitcoin or didn't buy Bitcoin. News will pitch it as negative. I don't know if the news matters. It's what the market thinks about it. And every company that's introduced Bitcoin has gone up from what it seems like. So the market really likes it. But I guess we'll see. They have an earnings call, or is it pure presentation? They're not having an earnings call or a presentation. They'll just release the numbers, and then you have to go read everything. Or I guess I do. I'll definitely be reading it. Hopefully they just release the 10K quick. We'll probably have to read the 10K a different day, most likely. I don't know if they'll release it like immediately. I don't know. Maybe they'll have it on their website. The ones they submit to the sec, I'm not sure if they're different or not. I think they might be. I don't know. It's been a while since I've read through a 10K or a 10Q. Pretty much since last quarter. I don't really do it ever. So, it's taking a while. Time is crawling. And with no news, I don't know what else we're gonna do. We can read about Minecraft again, I guess. Maybe. Pokemon. I just don't even want to play the card game right now. Not really in the mood for that. Although, I don't want to play. I do kind of want to check and see if the new battle pass is open. But I don't really want to play. I think this is the last day for the battle pass. I don't know. We'll check, but I'm not going to play the game. I'm really not in the mood for that. Freaking card game. Oh, it's got an update, so must be a new battle pass. I'll update it later. My computer hates doing things while I'm streaming for some reason. Got that freaking trash internet. Some trash internet. I wonder what this is. What is that, too? What's up, Shadow? How you doing, bro? Blizzard plans to revive WoW Classic hardcore characters at our sole discretion after DDoS attack puts major streamer guild OnlyFans in the ground. World of Warcraft's Classic Hardcore is sort of the ideal streamer game, high stakes that can manufacture some top tier drama, an MMO everyone and their dog has probably played at some point, and a thick layer of nostalgia to keep the whole thing fueled, which is why OnlyFans, a hardcore guild composed almost entirely of big name streamers and YouTubers, has been doing just that. Alas, some nerds with a botnet somewhere has made it their mission to ruin everyone's fun with a DDoS attack, one that saw most of OnlyFans slain during their Blackwing layer run. In case you don't know what a DDoS attack is, it's where a server is overwhelmed by automated traffic all at once. Such things are sadly routine in our modern era, especially since DDoS providers will target large games to advertise their services. On a Discord message shared here via WoW subreddit, guild leader Soda Poppin saw fit to simply call off the whole thing. He wrote, "I don't feel comfortable dragging people through getting world buffs, flasks, and consumables, etc., just to raid with the anxiety and probably the actuality of just being DDoSed again and dying. GG's everyone." He did, however, mention that if Blizzard happened to roll back the deaths, that the game would be back on. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what Blizzard is doing. Recently, we have experienced unprecedented distributed denial of service attacks that impacted many Blizzard game services. We're taking steps to resurrecting player characters that were lost as a result of these attacks. Unlike the many other ways characters can die on hardcore, DDoS attacks are an intentionally malicious effort made by third-party bad actors, and we believe the severity and results of DDoS attacks specifically warrant a different response. This is a huge departure from the norm for Blizzard, as KVAX goes on to mention the company has a sorry, nothing we can do policy in the case of disconnects or network issues, which is sort of fair enough. While Blizzard holds responsibility for the robustness of its servers, I can't even imagine the sheer workload of investigating every disconnect or network hitch individually. In the future, Blizzard may elect at our sole discretion to revive hardcore characters that perish in a mass event, which we deem inconsistent with the integrity of the game, such as a DDoS. Our broader stance on character restorations or death appeals has not changed. To be clear, we do not intend to revive characters which have died due to the server disconnects, lag spikes, gameplay bugs, or any other reasons. Blizzard customer support cannot assist with issues related to characters who have died on hardcore realms. Responses are a mixture of players saluting Blizzard for doing the right thing, and presumably hardcore players for being a little miffed that it took a streamer guild dying for them to do so. For context, this isn't the first time the classic hardcore servers have suffered server issues, with some players theorizing that Blizzard's been getting hit hard by DDoS this month due to its recent World's First races. It's a tricky one. While I don't doubt there are plenty of characters who've died ignorable deaths due to server woes that aren't their fault, it also strikes me as nightmare to investigate each and every single report of foul play and make a judgment call on whether or not it was Blizzard's fault. Opening those particular floodgates sets an untenable precedent. Likewise, DDoS attacks are just damn hard to defend against. Not that Blizzard doesn't have a right to combat them, but they're becoming increasingly easier to execute, and their nature makes it hard to distinguish a DDoS attack apart from routine traffic till it's too late and everything's on fire. Final FF14 players have been feeling this particular plague too. It's everywhere. Still, I'm glad some hardcore players are seeing justice, even if selectness is unfortunately necessary. Okay. It's a bittersweet victory. Meta has been forced to stop ad tracking one individual in the UK after settling a year-long court case. I think most of us have that moment where we feel in our bones that targeting advertising has overstepped. You're innocently doom scrolling through your day and social media throws up an advert for something so weirdly specific, shouldn't really think to serve you. I've had it happen multiple times and it hits like such a violation it can almost feel physical. Kind of like when it started going all in on okay, whatever. Get absolutely zucked. While many of us likely feel that targeting advertising goes too far, doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. Well, it turns out if you've got 3 years to tie up in a legal battle, you can absolutely sue companies like Meta for targeted advertising and maybe even come out on top. Tanya O'Carroll has managed to get Meta to settle a lawsuit in the UK by agreeing to no longer track her personal data. Apparently, taking a company to court is far more effective than copy pasting one of those fear driven fake chain messages to your status. Meta agreed to the settlement just 3 days before the case was set to go trial, which stinks heavily of hoping the little guys would get intimidated and give up. It also avoids the chance that the trial would side against Meta, setting legal precedent. This was likely given the UK's Information Commissioner's Office had staunchly sided with O'Carroll, stating that the direct marketing invoked the privacy laws and that Meta's terms of conditions did not override the individual's ability to opt out. It's a bittersweet victory, says O'Carroll. In a lot of ways, I've achieved what I set out to achieve, which is to prove that the right to object exists, prove that it applies exactly to a business model of Meta and many other companies on the internet, that targeted advertising is, in fact, direct marketing. And I think I've known that's the case, but of course it's not determined in law. Mesa has not had an accept liability, so they can still say they just settled with an individual in this case. I think that's supposed to say Meta. If this had gone to court, a loss for Meta could have been a huge nail in the coffin for the future of these targeted ads in the EU and UK. But a big company like Meta would have likely had delays and appeals, causing the case to outlast O'Carroll's lifespan, especially a company that's no stranger to court proceedings over things like privacy and torrenting data to train AIs to embarrassingly replace its user base. It's pretty clear why both parties would decide to settle on this case. Still, a settlement like this is the first we've seen, and if absolutely nothing else forces Meta to admit it can disable this kind of tracking for individual cases, it also shows that the law isn't necessarily on Meta's side and should bolster the claims of others wanting to opt out of the service, at least in the UK and EU. The lawsuit hinges on those strong personal protections in place by EU law, which also determine the current UK rules for data protections, but they're pretty clear and are designed to protect individuals' right to privacy over a company's right to profits, which was the crux of Meta's argument. Company claimed that it was unreasonable to have free access to the platform and that these ads were the cost. So if we do continue to see more backlash against targeted adverts, it's likely Meta will yet talk about charging you for the privilege of arguing with your weird uncle online. Yeah. Are they making a new Outlast game? No, they're just talking about co-op horror. I don't think like it's a new game or anything like that. Russia and Ukraine agreed a truce at sea and ban on energy attacks. The United States reached separate agreements on Tuesday with Ukraine and Russia to ensure safe navigation in the Black Sea and to implement a ban on attacks by the two countries on each other's energy facilities. The agreements, if implemented, would represent the clearest progress yet towards a wider ceasefire that Washington sees as a stepping stone towards peace talks to bring an end to Russia's 3-year-old war in Ukraine. Both countries said they would rely on Washington to enforce the deal. If the Russians violate this, then I have a direct question for President Trump. If they violate, here's the evidence. We ask for sanctions, we ask for weapons, etc. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told reporters at a news conference in Kiev. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said, "We will need clear guarantees, and given the sad experience of agreements with just Kiev, the guarantees can only be the result of an order from Washington to Zelensky and his team to do one thing and not another." The agreements reached in Saudi Arabia followed talks initiated by U.S. President Trump, who vowed to swiftly end the war and has shifted Washington's position from firmly backing Kiev to a stance more sympathetic with Moscow. Under the agreement with Moscow, Washington promised to help restore Russian access to markets for its agriculture and fertilizer exports. The Kremlin said this would require lifting some sanctions. The talks followed separate phone calls last week between Trump and the two presidents, Zelensky and Putin. Putin rejected Trump's proposal for a full ceasefire lasting 30 days, which Ukraine had previously endorsed. Ukrainian Defense Ministry Rustem Umerov said Kiev would regard any movement of Russian military vessels outside the eastern part of the Black Sea as a violation and a threat, in which case Ukraine would have full right to self-defense. Russia has attacked Ukraine's power grid with missiles and drones throughout the war, arguing that civil energy infrastructure is a legitimate target because it helps Ukraine's war-fighting capability. More recently, Ukraine has been launching long-range strikes on Russian oil and gas targets, which it says provides fuel for Russian troops and income to fund its war efforts. In the early war, Russia imposed a de facto naval blockade on Ukraine, one of the world's biggest grain exporters, which threatened to worsen a global food crisis. But maritime battles have been only a comparatively small part of the war since 2023, when Russia withdrew its naval forces from the eastern Black Sea. After a number of successful Ukrainian attacks, Kiev was able to reopen its ports and resume exports at around pre-war levels, despite the collapse of a previous UN-brokered Black Sea shipping agreement. Trump is pressing both sides to bring a swift end to the war, a goal he promised to achieve when he ran for president last year. At the same time, he's pursuing a rapid rapprochement with Russia that Washington and Moscow say that could lead to lucrative business opportunities. Ukraine and its European allies fear Trump could strike a hasty deal with Putin that undermines their security and caves into Russian demands, including for Kiev to abandon its NATO ambitions and give up the entirety of 4 regions claimed by Russia as its own. Ukraine has rejected that as tantamount to surrender. Treasury scraps reporting rule for U.S. small business owners. The U.S. Department of Treasury is scrapping a requirement for U.S. small business owners to report information about their owners to the federal government. It's the latest twist in an on-again, off-again saga for the fledgling rule. Corporate Transparency Act, passed in 2021, required millions of businesses to report basic information on their beneficial owners. By identifying who owns certain entities, lawmakers sought to curb criminal activity and illicit finance conducted through an opaque shell companies. The rule was set to take effect on March 21. Following months of delays in court, it carried out financial penalties, potentially thousands of dollars for non-compliance. However, the Finance Crimes Enforcement Network, also known as FinCEN, which is part of the Treasury, issued an interim final rule on March 21, exempting all U.S. citizens and U.S. companies from the reporting requirement. The rule is open to public comment and set to be finalized later this year. Okay, I don't want to read all of that. We can look at egg prices in one chart. Okay. I'm just finding random things to read at this point. Firm announces JP Morgan Chase merchants can soon offer installment loans at checkout. Fintech lender Affirm said Tuesday that it's reached an agreement with JP Morgan Chase to offer its buy now pay later loan services to merchants on the bank's payment network. U.S. merchants who use JP Morgan to handle payments can soon add Affirm to their checkout pages. According to a release, consumers will have access to loans ranging from 30 days to 60 months, according to Affirm. The deal follows a similar announcement from rival Klarna last month, in which the Swedish fintech said it would be available to JP Morgan's merchants. Affirm and Klarna are increasingly going head to head as buy now pay later field matures in the US. Affirm is publicly traded and seeking to steadily grow profits, while Klarna recently filed for a US IPO. The demand for diverse payment options, flexibility, and seamless transactions from both merchants and their customers is at an all-time high. Michael Lozanoff, global head of merchant services at JP Morgan Payments, said in the release, by incorporating Affirm as a payment method in our commerce platform, we're empowering businesses to deliver the services they need and the experiences that customers increasingly expect as part of their retail journey. Affirm said the deal was an expansion of existing banking and processing relationships with JP Morgan, largest U.S. bank by asset. It wasn't immediately clear when the new option would be available. Okay. Holy. I'm not going to read this, but whatever this is, Crusoe Energy sells Bitcoin mining unit to focus on huge opportunity in AI. I guess they're probably just, it doesn't really say. And I guess I'll just read it, whatever. Got nothing better to do. 7 years ago, the founders of Crusoe Energy set to solve a dirty problem. Their mission was to take gas burned off by oil producers, convert it into electricity, and use that to mine Bitcoin. It turned into a good business. But then came the AI boom, and Crusoe co-founders Chase Lockmiller and Coley Cavness started to see a much bigger opportunity. As the company focuses on AI and races to complete what it says would be one of the most powerful clusters of graphic processing units, or GPUs, in the world, Crusoe is getting out of Bitcoin mining. The company said Tuesday that it struck a deal to offload that operation to NYDIG, a power and financial services firm focused exclusively on Bitcoin. Terms of the deal weren't disclosed. NYDIG will take on about 135 Crusoe employees, who will continue operating the business under the new ownership. Crusoe will become a major equity holder in the combined entity, second only to Stone Ridge, NYDIG's parent company. The deal includes Crusoe's technology that captures and converts flared gas from oil fields and more than 425 modular data centers spread across 7 U.S. states and parts of Argentina. Altogether, the operation accounts for roughly 1% of the world's Bitcoin mining, according to Crusoe, which was valued late last year at $2.8 billion. NYDIG is also privately held and valued at about $7 billion. Lockmiller told CNBC that Crusoe started investing in AI infrastructure in its early days and that the business increasingly became a central focus. We'd actually been building this AI business since the start of the company, but over time that business has grown to be a really meaningful piece of our focus, our capital allocation and growth. It's an area with hefty investor interest because of soaring demand for AI processors, primarily from NVIDIA. CoreWeave, which also got its start in crypto before pivoting to AI, is scheduled to hold its stock market debut this week and could be valued at well over $25 billion. CoreWeave. What's that? CoreWeave provides cloud-based NVIDIA processors to companies including Meta and Microsoft. Reported revenue growth last year of more than 700% to $1.92 billion. We have a big advantage. Crusoe realized its Bitcoin and AI business has fundamentally different requirements for things like uptime, scalability, and energy sourcing. From the prairie of Abilene, Texas, Crusoe plans to launch a hyperscale data center campus with 206 megawatts of capacity that's expected to scale to 1.2 gigawatts by mid 26. Crusoe said it could set a speed record for greenfield data center development. Construction began in June. Crusoe is expanding its cloud platform to offer on-demand access to high-performance GPUs and is already running AI workloads in Iceland entirely on geothermal and hydropower. The AI business has become the majority of our revenue. Cavness, the company's operating chief, told CNBC. We see a huge opportunity in front of us, and we have a big advantage and a big head start with what we've already announced, and more coming soon. Crusoe's early thesis was the compute should go where power is cheap and abundant, not where internet connections are best. That made it an industry outlier, but its approach caught the attention of big energy companies. It forged partnerships with Devon Energy, Equinor, and ExxonMobil. NYDIG and Crusoe have worked together for years on flare gas projects and hosting each other's equipment. Lockmiller first met NYDIG's Josh Burant, company's head of strategic investments, in person at the Bitcoin 21 conference in Miami, which he describes as probably the greatest Bitcoin conference that will ever happen. Bitcoin mining industry is filled with a lot of colorful characters, some more trustworthy and credible than others. They always stood out to me as someone that I really wanted to be in business with, due in part to the highest degree of ethics and highest quality standards. Of NIDIG's acquisitions, Lockmiller said, ultimately we decided our businesses were better together than separate. CoreWeave. When does this IPO? Does it not have a date? March 28th. Oh, nice. Well, at least we'll have something to stream about. It's been a long time since we've streamed about an IPO. I wonder why it's not on this. I mean, that was an AI answer, so who knows if it's actually right. Maybe it was March 20th. Because it would have a ticker. I don't see a ticker on here. Oh, CRWV. No date, though? Unless it's already out. CoreWeave, whatever the hell that is. Yeah, it's not out yet. Estimated IPO date is March 28th. So there's no exact date, which is whack. But could be a hyped IPO. Anything related to anything that does business with NVIDIA, I would imagine, is pretty hyped up. No GameStop news still. Whoops. Approaching power hour. Getting closer. Getting closer to the earnings that are so anticipated. Is there still a decent amount of people here? Damn, there's a lot of people here. What the heck? What's up? 67 votes on that shit? That's crazy. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Hope you are all doing good. Hopefully, this next hour goes by decently quick, so we can get underway with this earnings. Popular today? Nah, it's just GameStop earnings. Has nothing to do with me. Can promise you that. What do we do for the next hour? I honestly might go. I might throw on Roaring Kitty and just chill for a minute. Like, fuck. I'm kind of dead right now. I'm gonna do a lot of reading coming up here in an hour. Gonna be a lot of reading. We'll go through news one more time, see if there's anything. What's up, Mountaineer? Hope you're doing good. Haven't seen that name in here before. Kind of interesting seeing consumer discretionary kind of lead the day on the upside again. Even though everything's kind of flat. Still leading tech. For a second day in a row. But that could also be more common than I think. I've really only started just looking at that. My head is killing, bro. I don't even know if I'll make it. We'll make it, don't worry. Don't you worry. What did I say was IPOing? CoreWeave or something like that. I don't know. CRWV, I think the ticker was. CoreWeave. Cain Velasquez news. I don't know if I want to read that. That sounds scary. Depending what it is. which one to read. I guess this one. This is crazy. This is insane. UFC champ Cain Velasquez gets 5 years for vigilante shooting. Former UFC heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez was sentenced to 5 years in prison for a 2022 vigilante shooting in San Jose, California. Velasquez, who was raised in Yuma, was arrested that year on 10 felony charges, including attempted murder, premeditated attempted murder, and weapon charges after chasing and shooting a car carrying Harry Golart, who was accused. Yeah, that's insane. I don't want to read any further. That guy. I mean, if this part's real, then I mean that guy deserved to die. So yeah, I don't want to read much more into that. That's pretty fucked. Pretty fucked. Has anyone done a 23andMe before? Because I guess they're going bankrupt. 23andMe is officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, which means its assets, including its vast genetic database, will soon be up for sale. The company continues to sell its at-home DNA testing kits, allowing consumers to get insights into their family histories and genetic profiles. DNA data is particularly sensitive because each person's sequence is unique, meaning it can never be fully anonymized. If genetic data falls into the hands of bad actors, it could be used to facilitate identity theft, insurance fraud, or other crimes. 23andMe has been plagued by privacy concerns in recent years after hackers accessed the information of nearly 7 million customers in October 23. Part of the bankruptcy process, the company said it will seek a partner that shares its commitment to customer data privacy. There will be no changes to how it stores, manages, and protects data through the sale process. Our users' privacy and data are important considerations in any transaction, and we remain committed to our users' privacy and to being transparent with our customers about how their data is managed. Company said in an FAQ page about the bankruptcy filing, any buyer of 23andMe will be required to comply with applicable law with respect to the treatment of customer data. Still, experts and officials are urging 23andMe customers to proceed with caution. California Attorney General Rob Bonta on Friday issued a consumer alert encouraging residents to consider deleting their genetic data from 23andMe, which is based in his home state. Given 23andMe's reported financial distress, I remind Californians to consider invoking their rights and directing 23andMe to delete their data and destroy any samples of genetic material held by the company. Adrenius Warmenhoven, who serves on the security advisor board at NordVPN, described genetic data as the blueprint of your entire biological profile. He encouraged consumers to delete their information and be mindful of the company they chose to share it with going forward. Monitor your digital footprint regularly, and you can also sign up for credit monitoring or identity theft protection services, Warmenhoven said. Remote permissions you no longer require, shut down any accounts you don't use, and learn about how your data is used. .23andMe said customers can still delete their account and accompanying data. And yeah, so go and delete your account if you've ever done a 23andMe, I guess, and make sure your data goes away or whatever. Hopefully they actually delete it all. I don't know. What's up, Rex? Gme to the moon. What's up? Haven't seen that name in here before. Hopefully you're doing good. SEC will keep 50 million of Ripple fine and refund the rest to wrap case. Ripple and the U.S. SEC Commission, or just the U.S. SEC, have reached an agreement to end their long-running legal battle over allegations the company offered unregistered securities. Following last week's news that the SEC would drop its appeal without conditions, Ripple has now agreed to withdraw its cross-appeal. The company's chief legal officer, Stuart Adelradi, said on X Tuesday, the SEC will retain 50 million of the previously imposed 125 million fine. Funds are already held in an escrow account. The remaining balance will be returned to Ripple. Additionally, Alderati said the agency will request the court lift the standard injunction currently in place. Resolution remains subject to formal commission vote, finalization of legal documentation, and standard court procedures. Once completed, the case will be closed in full. A spokesperson for the SEC declined to comment, whatever. This agreement marks the end of a closely watched 4-year legal battle that began in December 2020, when the SEC accused Ripple of conducting an unregistered securities offering through sales of XRP. The case became a key test of how U.S. securities law applied to digital assets during the tenure of outgoing SEC Chair Gary Gensler. Its conclusion also signals a broader shift in Washington's approach to crypto regulation. Since President Trump began his second term in January, the SEC has scaled back its enforcement efforts, dropping civil lawsuits against exchanges Coinbase and Kraken, and signaling a potential resolution in its fraud case against crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun. The trend points to a more conciliatory regulatory posture, one that seeks to balance investor protection with support for innovation in the digital asset space. What is this? Another IPO. Chinese bubble tea chain Chagee files for U.S. initial public offering. Damn, this could be fun. Do you guys remember when we streamed the... Well, I don't think there's anyone here who was there, but we streamed Coupang. It's like Korean Amazon. And the chat was filled with like hundreds, maybe even thousands of Koreans. And it was just all Korean language in the chat. It was actually insane. It was actually insane. So maybe we can recreate that again, but with Chinese instead. Chinese bubble tea chain Chagee filed for a U.S. initial public offering on Tuesday, seeking to trade on the NASDAQ using the ticker CHA. The IPO filing comes as the company prepares to open its first U.S. store in the Westfield Century City Mall in L.A. Since its founding in 2017, the company has grown to more than 6,400 tea houses across China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand as of December 31st, according to a regulatory filing. Roughly 97% of its locations are in China. Chagee said it generated net income of $344.5 million from revenue of $1.7 billion in 2024. Founder and CEO Junji Zhang created the chain to modernize tea drinking after being inspired by the success of international coffee companies. According to a regulatory filing, China is Starbucks' second largest market. Looking ahead, Chagee wants to serve tea lovers in 100 countries, generate 300,000 employment opportunities worldwide, and deliver 15 billion cups of freshly brewed tea annually. If Chagee goes public on the NASDAQ, it will join the dwindling number of Chinese companies seeking a U.S. listing. From January 23 to 24, the number of Chinese companies listed on the 3 largest U.S. exchanges fell by 5%. Of course, they don't give a date. As relations between the U.S. and Beijing have grown frostier, political scrutiny has dashed some Chinese companies' hopes of a U.S. IPO. Shein is now planning a London IPO for later this year after lawmakers pushed back on its plans to go public on a U.S. exchange. U.S. investors might be wary to invest in another Chinese beverage chain after the example set by Luckin Coffee. Luckin was founded in 2017 and grew quickly. By 2019, it had outnumbered the number of Starbucks locations in China and gone public on the NASDAQ. But in 2020, Luckin disclosed that it had inflated its sales, resulting in its delisting from the NASDAQ. The company filed for Chapter 15 bankruptcy. Luckin emerged from the bankruptcy by 2022, minus the executives that were responsible for the fraud. Since then, it has overtaken Starbucks as Chinese largest coffee retailer by sales. What is this called again? Chagi. I don't think, I think it just filed for it, so they probably don't have an estimated date yet. I don't know. 25th? Oh no, that's just... Yeah, it's not out yet. Klarna IPO? No. I don't know when that one does either. All these ones are just like scheduled or just barely like filed to do the IPO. So I guess you're just waiting to see if it actually gets approved or not. I think Klarna's already approved. I just don't know if they've released a date. Then there's that Core Weave that supposedly IPOs on Friday, but who knows? I don't know. IPOs or whatever. I don't like IPO stocks. I'll be right back. BNPL? I don't know what that is. Oh, buy now, pay later. I see, I see. I mean, it's not like the company is not interesting. It's just when a stock IPOs, you don't know the real price of the stock. So it's just, that's like why I don't like IPOs. I think you can make money trading them in the short term, but to invest in IPO long term, I just don't know. I've never seen really. There's very select few examples that have worked out. Most of them get clapped long term. 50 more minutes. Aren't you guys so excited? Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs? Are you feeling it now? Oh, I can actually leave the chart up since I'm actually logged in on here. So we can watch some GameStop chart for a little bit. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Yeah, look at it. Look at it. It's beautiful. Are you feeling it now? Are you feeling it now? What's up, GME to the moon? Saw, Dad. Saw. Man, so what is, there's a lot of people here, isn't there? Isn't there a decent amount of people here? Damn, almost 30? So what's everyone's, like, predictions for this earnings? What do you think they're going to announce? What do you think the revenues are going to be? What do you think the profits are going to be? If you're bold enough, what do you think the EPS is going to be? I'm curious, what's everyone's opinion about GameStop right now? There's 30 of you here, so I would imagine at least some of you have an opinion about what they're going to post. I'll start, I guess. Revenues, I don't know. EPS, I don't know. But I think they're going to post like 100 million profit. 120. 80 on the low end. That's about all I can say. Everything else, I don't know. The Game Informer thing's kind of interesting, and obviously trading. Obviously trading cards are going to be interested. How that performs as far as revenue and profit. You might even make more than 120 million. Might even be upwards of like 150. Because if that article we read recently was correct, I don't know off the top of my head. They posted a 60 million profit or something last year for Q4. So it's likely they post more. And then on top of the 50 million from interest, should be around 120 million for the year, I guess. PSA deal, 200 mil profit. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Maybe revenue, but not profit. Definitely not profit. I mean, that's solid if it brings in 200 million revenue, though. Then all the bears can shut up about the revenue. Comes out in Bitcoin magazine saying Ryan Khan hates Bitcoin. That'd be funny. What earnings will bring, I just hope everyone has fun. Fair enough. Fair enough. Should be fun. Should be a good time. Oh, what's up, Kev? I think we get diluted. I mean, I'm cool with that. Maybe you already got diluted. That's why the stock went from 34 to 21 or whatever. Maybe you already got diluted on, which is amazing. If that's what happened, I mean that's amazing. What if they buy back shares? I'd be cool with that. I doubt it though. They can dilute you without telling you. And they tell you in the earnings reports, so you should already know that it's going to happen. If it's, I mean, a lot of time in the earning reports, they just report that they can do an at the money or buy back shares. And, yeah. This dude, bro. This dude, bro. Come on, bro. Don't they need to announce an at the money before doing it? They already have one announced, do they not? Pretty sure they already have one open, but I don't know. Buyback at the same time. Yeah, I have no clue. No clue. Not gonna go read the last earnings report to find out. I don't necessarily care that much. I mean, I guess I could do it. I guess we can see if they have one. I don't think I can control F search on this browser. Doesn't work. Maybe I'll try this. Control. Nope. I don't even know where it would be in here if I can't search like that. Oh, right here. At the market equity offering program. May 17th, we open, blah, blah, blah. May 17th, we sold 45 million. June 7th, we sold 75 million. September 10th, we sold 20 million. We intend to use the net proceeds at the money. So I think they have one open still, because this doesn't say any amount. but I don't know. Doesn't say anywhere on here that they've like canceled them or anything. Fighting for the sale of the company shares from time to time through the sales agent in connection with an at the money market equity offering. I remember they said they weren't going to dilute the rest of 2024 or whatever, but it's not 2024 anymore, so who knows, but it looks like they still have it open as far as I'm aware, and there's no exact amount of shares they can bring to the market or sell, whatever, however you want to say it. Means intact, yep. I agree, fake roaring kitty. End of fiscal year. Yeah, that was last year though. New year now, but who knows? No need to dilute any further. I mean, you raise another 4 billion, the stock's worth $20, just the stock, just with cash, so they could raise more, wouldn't really matter. Well, it probably wouldn't be worth 20, it'd probably be worth like 16, 17 after the shares outstanding increase, but who knows? Either way, it's not like it would be that bad of a thing. Convertible bonds, I have no clue. Jimmy bought a bill of Bitcoin. I don't have an opinion on that. No opinion. I don't like Bitcoin, so the only way that works for me personally is if the stock squeezes and they dilute. Other than that, I don't know. So the past three, it's been announced out the money offering of shares, then announce a completion. Just to make Corey cry. I mean, I won't be crying. The stock will squeeze and I'll make a bunch of money and I won't really care. So I don't really. That's a pretty interesting thing to say. Our stock is trading at a discount. We're confident as to where our stock is headed, given what's going to happen in 11 months. You stole that from something. I've read that sentence before somewhere. I don't see why they would start with a billion though. If you look at that like Meta Planet or whatever it was, they added like what 2 billion market cap to their company with like 100 million in Bitcoin. Like they don't even need to use a billion. They could just start the buy program and that automatically adds like a bill or two onto their market cap. I don't know what is Metaplanet at these days. I know we looked at it when we learned about it. I don't know if this is gonna tell me either. 194 billion? What? I don't know if that's right. If that's right, that's insane. That's massive, but I don't think that's right. What is Metaplanet? Some hotel company that turned into a Bitcoin treasury, and their stock went up like 3,000%. It's in Japan. They started with like, I don't know, like 50 million in Bitcoin or something like that, and they've built up to like 150 million, and they plan to like triple that within the next couple years. And the stock went up like 3,000% or something crazy like that. It's in Japan. We went through the website one of the days. I can't really remember what the website was. I think it's Metaplanet. Yeah, it's this metaplanet.jp. And if you go to, where was it? I think it was their investor relations. You go to the newest financial results. It's number one performer, ranked number one out of 55,000 publicly listed companies globally in 2024. 1,762 Bitcoin accumulated since adopting the Bitcoin standard on 4/8/24. 22.8 billion yuan raised to purchase Bitcoin in 2024. 50,000 shareholders, 100x growth of market cap. Number 15 ring globally. Only Bitcoin proxy in Japan. 822 billion yuan trading volume. A 430x year over year increase from 23. And tax favorability. And I mean, this is their chart. Started out around like 10 million, and then they adopted the standard in 4/8/24, and then it went to over a billion market cap. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's a pretty interesting thing. I don't want to go through it again, but would definitely recommend looking into this if they do end up doing the Bitcoin thing. You kind of get an idea of what they're gonna try to do in a smaller scale, I guess. It's not like a strategy where they're doing it with tens of billions. It's gonna be an exciting earnings. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. 32 more minutes. Surprised you didn't know about Metaplanet. They talked about it on that GameStop video. On the Bitcoin magazine channel, I think. I think that's where it was. Is today hype day? Could be. 85 votes on the poll so far. That's crazy. Earnings, there's no earnings call as far as I'm aware. No earnings call. I don't know, hype day? I think it's sort of a hype day, but I think there's only like 30 people in here, so not that hypey. Not that hypey yet. Decent amount of views though so far. A lot better of a stream than we've had for a while. too unpredictable. I don't know. It's debatable. It's debatable. Stable coins don't move, so if anything, everyone will just adopt stable coins. But who knows? What's up, Raph? Haven't seen that name in here. Who are you right now? I mean, well, it's just speculation. We'll see what happens. Just because I don't like crypto doesn't mean anything. Slept on Division 2 game. I don't even know what that is. What's up, Chris. Haven't seen those names in here. Chat Ryan Cohen's gonna get slaughtered. Let's see, we got any news yet? Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. From GameStop, baby. I think this Kirby's had to GameStop exclusive. Maybe not. I don't know if it is, actually. I think the Luigi one back there and the Wario one are. Ask not what your company can do for you. Ask what you can do for your company. Earnings call would have been sweet. I don't know. That shit's boring, bro. I don't like earnings calls. The Pikachu pillow? Oh, it's a hat. It's a Pikachu hat. It's pretty dope. It's very uncomfortable to wear. So I never wear it. But this shit's fire. I don't, it's too uncomfortable to wear. So I never wear it. But it is a hat, not a pillow. It's pretty dope. That's crazy. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yeah, do you... Do you want to serve for your beloved GameStop? Sir, yes, sir! Where you pick up the Kirby hat? GameStop. Q1 earnings while you can. Here, I'll get you some bigger candles. There you go. That high quality. Some high quality candlesticks right there. High quality. $25 more minutes till the market closes. Isn't it so exciting? So exciting. 3.6 million in volume. Not bad. Not too shabby. Oh, GameStop, huh? GameStop earnings coming through. Really doesn't like 25.5 for some reason. 34 people here. Let's go. Make sure you hit that like button if you have not. Welcome everyone here. Still got some time before the GameStop earnings, but it's coming in hot. And then we'll read the earnings report after hours. I'll go through everything I can. We'll probably go through the 10K tomorrow because I really doubt they'll post a 10K right after earnings. Usually doesn't happen. But they should have everything on their nice new investor relation website, I guess. Just throw that up. Ryan Cohen's holding a conference call this time around. It's just GME Corey chat executive. When's the conference call? I don't think there's a call. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. Should have done a pre-recorded message. You are not able to reach Ryan Cohen. At the tone, please leave a message. Beep. Steve G. What's up, Steve G? That'd be hype. Yeah, I'm gonna be your I'm gonna be the one who reads about the earnings to you. Peyton Oliver, what's up? Remember this day. Remember this conversation. Remember this conversation. Don't you ever forget it. All right? Damn, we're almost at 100 votes on the poll. 63% of people think GameStop's going to go up on earnings. Interesting. Very interesting. It's just waiting. Waiting ever so patiently on GameStop earnings. What's the rest of the market doing? How are the futures trading right now? Whoops. Meh. NASDAQ's up a little bit. But everything else is pretty much just chilling. Where's my boy Chewy at? 33.63. Should be exciting. Any positions in GME for options? Nah, I don't trade options. I just hold a lot of shares. I don't need to trade options. 40 in the chat. Earnings must be close. Yep. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Welcome everyone. Welcome back all the people who only come here in certain times. Welcome back all the OGs. Hope you guys are doing good. If you've been here before, God bless you. Even if you haven't, hope you guys are ready. It's going to be I don't know what's going to happen. Anyone who tries to convince you that they know what's going to happen here probably is just trying to sell you something. So, yeah, that's all I'll say about that. And I hope you guys are just ready. I hope you guys are ready. Also, I live stream every single day. So, if you've never been here before, yeah, I live stream every day, all day during the market open. For me, that's 7:30 to 2 p.m. I usually come late, but other than that, I'm here every single day. So, if you ever want to revisit the stream, I'm here. 200 plus people in chat at close. That would be crazy. I mean, 40's a lot for 20 minutes away. 40 is a lot. Reminds me of Bumble days. State am I located? Utah. Utah. Hit the like button. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, GME baby. I guess Arbor and Kitty to be in the chat right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, bro. Chill. Chill, bro. Chill. 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 Guess Arbor and Kitty too busy in the chat. Texas here. Well, welcome. Welcome, Chris. Oh. Do I know you, Chris? How do that's interesting. Very interesting. New Jersey. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm an innocent Mormon boy out here in Utah, bro. I go to church every Sunday. New subscribers. Oh, interesting. 25 more minutes, or not 25, 15 more minutes till the market closes here. I don't know when they're going to release their earnings. Should be a little bit after the market closes, but yeah. Does anyone have an exact time? I know sometimes there's exact times for earnings. It's pretty rare. Most of the time it's random, but 4:20 p.m. Fair enough. Fair enough. But when it drops, you'll know. I mean, unless it's like last time and it doesn't move, might not know. It literally didn't even move last time. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. I might be the only person here who doesn't think it's gonna move. Oh shit. That should have been one of the poll options. Not gonna move. We'll see. Getting a little bit of volume going into the close here. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. There's over 40 people in here right now. Kind of interesting. Is there no other GameStop streams? Y'all better come back after today. I'm sure like maybe like 2 or 3 of them will, but you know how this goes. You've been here for a while. Let's see who's live. Oh, there's a few people live. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but if I wasn't holding a bunch of GameStop shares, never mind, I'm not even going to say it. I think you guys know what I was going to say, but I mean, just look at the poll. If you look at the poll, and I mean, that'll give you a good idea what I was about to say. I would I would I would not be bullish, that's for sure. I'm biased because I have a bunch of shares, but like, if that wasn't the case, I mean, just look at the poll. I would be betting against all of you. But I'm with you, so don't worry. Don't worry. We'll see what happens, though. Who knows? Who knows? Stuck on stocks. What's up? That's a big poll. 108 people so far have voted on that poll. It's kind of crazy. 10 more minutes till the earnings. 10 more minutes. You know, I've only been live for 4 hours. Short ass stream. I guess I did come on here really late. So nervous. Oh man. Don't burn the jackets. That's funny. That's funny. It's just a 1 minute chart, Chris. Doesn't really mean a lot. It's just a 1 minute chart. Give this man's a thumbs up. Thank you, Stuck on Stonks. Thank you. Appreciate it, my friend. Much love, bro. Much love. Hope everyone's doing good. I hope you guys are all excited for this earnings. It's going to be interesting. No matter what the stock does, I think whatever they post will be good. As far as what the stock's going to do, I mean, who knows? Couldn't tell you. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit more. Let's see if we get a nice candle here for the earnings. What do we... Man, what's going to happen? 62% of you think this is going to go up. A whopping 62%. Six more minutes. What's up, Marcus? Stocks do the opposite of consensus. I mean, go find a coin, flip it in the air. That's earnings. Earnings is a complete flip of the coin. You have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Place your predictions in the chat. Whatever you think's gonna happen. One thing's for sure, if it doesn't go up, it's Corey's fault. I'll take it. I'll take it. Anticipating. Right? The anticipation. Fun stuff, bro. Fun stuff. And I was like, bitch. Tree Sway. What's up, Tree Sway? About another 50. Nice. RKO out of nowhere. Watch out, watch out, watch out! Doug TV. What's up, Doug TV? Been a while, my friend. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're feeling blessed. That should be the question I'm asking. Does everyone feel blessed here? Do you feel blessed? 80 people? Wow. That's crazy. Do y'all feel blessed right now? Good to be here. Welcome, Tree Sway. Welcome, bro. Glad to have you. And everyone else. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button, baby. Also, I'm live every single day. So, if this is your first time here or whatever, I'm here most of the time streaming. Pretty much whenever the market's open, I'm here. So, if you ever need something to watch, just working my ass every day to keep buying the dip. Nice. Fake Roaring Kitty. What's up, Fake Roaring Kitty? Crushing it right now. If you don't count the things you have, not the things you want, you win. Woo! Damn! Stock on stocks, bro? Stuck on stocks? Posting a banger in here? Was that a banger I just heard? Grateful if you count the things you have, not the things you want. Whew! Damn. Stuck on stocks. What do you mean hype music, bro? You need to read what Stuck on Stonks just wrote. That's the hype right there. That's the hype. Give me a beatbox. GameStop to the moon. I can't do that shit. That's all you get from me. I'm not a beatboxer. Mr. Chuckles, what's up? Chain smoking. Steve G. Hunter Peeps. Damn. Chat is moassing. George, what's up, George? What's up, George? And there you go. There's the market close, baby. Are you guys ready? Are you ready to rumble? In this quarter, weighing in at 25 and 40 cents, GameStop. And in the red quarter, weighing in at 255 pounds, he is the Mayo Man. What's Ken? Ken the Short Stock Griffin. All right, now I want a good clean fight. This is for the GameStop World Championship. I hope you guys are ready, bro. I hope you guys are ready. Woo! Hey, some more people need to vote yes. We almost got 69%. Almost 69% of people think GameStop's going to go up. So, someone's got to vote. We got to get it up to 69%, bro. Someone's got to get it to 69. How can the stock go up if it doesn't go 69%? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know when they announce the earnings either. I don't have Twitter, so if someone's on Twitter, please post the earnings whenever they report it, because I really doubt I'll get it live unless they post it on CNBC like right away. Matthew, what's up, Matthew? Ads? There's no ads. I turned off all the ads. What's up, Caitlin? My head hurts from yelling. Jay Hernandez, what's up? Pass this boy like Stockton, baby. Ryan Stewart, what's up, Ryan Stewart? SG, what's up, SG? Hey, 69% of people think GameStop's gonna go up. Let's go. That's Moass, right? That means Moass. I'm pretty sure that means Moass. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you have not. Make sure you hit that like button. Damn, there's 150 people in here? That's crazy. Where were you guys all last 3 months? Now would be a good time to insert an ad. I agree. That was funny. YouTube suggested it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, whoever just got an ad. But that's funny. YouTube just like, this would be a good time to put an ad on. I'm like, yep, you're right. There's a lot of people here. It is a good time to put it on an ad. Oh, man, that's funny. That's funny. YouTube knew what was up. YouTube knew what was up. Mo ads. I don't even run ads on my stream. Ever. Ever. I was just checking how many people were in the stream. Here, let's get on a green hat. I think we need a green hat. You know? We need some good vibes. We've got a red hoodie on, so we might as well have a green hat. Well, there's something. Something just happened. Did the earnings just get announced? The stock is tripping right now. The stock is actually tripping. Did we get earnings yet? Anyone see it? SEC filings? No, nothing on SEC filings. Doesn't look like they've released whatever it's called. Doesn't look like it's released yet. Aquinula, what's up? Carlos, what's up, Carlos? Net income 131 million. Is it out? How you seeing that? It's not even out on my end. It's out? I don't see it. How's it out? Thinker Swim News. Ah. Well, it's not moving, so. It hasn't released on their website yet. I don't get how you guys are finding this stuff when it literally hasn't even released. Very confusing, but the stock's going up, so I guess it's out on most media outlets. Thinkorswim. Should be out on their website, though. Well, people in the chat post whatever you see, because I don't see anything real quite yet. It's not posting on here. Pamputo, what's up? Sail Spear Forage, what's up? 200 people, damn, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We're here live every single day, so feel free to come back again. I'm waiting for them to actually post the report. Everyone in the chat saying that they've posted. Oh. I thought Benzinga was paywalled. Isn't Benzinga paywalled? I don't have Benzinga, so that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I'll just continue to wait for the actual filing. 0.29 EPS, nice. So I think it's safe to say they crushed. I guess. I guess it's safe to say they crushed. I think that's the what it's looking like. It's looking like they just crushed. The stock is ripping, son. The stock is ripping. Ripping and tearing. Fake earnings also out there. Yeah, that's why I'm waiting for the actual report over here. Waiting for the actual report. But I mean, the stock's moving, so that's cool. Am I a billionaire yet? Numbers were good. I mean, that's earnings for you. It's random. Permits investment to Bitcoin. 0.29 EPS. Getting ready to buy Bitcoin. Beat expectations by 20 cents. Yep. It's on Google. Treasury reserve asset. Nice. That's sick. Board approves Bitcoin. Google's got it. Dilution will be here. A Thinkorswim headline. You can't post links unless you're a mod. Just type in GME earnings. I'm just going to wait until it posts here. I don't really care. Bunch of people are posting different things. What's up, Z-Man? Mile High Sports and Social Club. Dude, there's... Is there really that many people here? This is crazy right now. There's a lot of people here right now. Damn, 264 people? Good lord, son. Hit that like button. What are you guys doing? Hit that like button, baby. Hit that like button. Where you guys all been? I've been here streaming GameStop every single day for the past 9 months, and I haven't seen, like, any of you here. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Why won't they post the actual report, though? Everyone here is like... Everyone here is saying a bunch of different numbers and different things. Maybe it's on news release. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, alright, guys? Alright? I'll admit it. I'm stupid, alright? I didn't click latest news. So now we're going to go to latest news, and I'm going to read this to you. GameStop announces update to its investment policy to add Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. Grapevine, Texas, March 25th, 2025. GameStop today announced that its board has unanimously approved an update to its investment policy to add Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. Nice. So that's cool. And then we got this. I'd really like to read the 10K, but GameStop reports fourth quarter and fiscal year 2024 results. Grapevine, Texas, March 25th, 2025. GameStop, or the company, today released financial results for the fourth quarter. Why does it say GameStop or, quote, the company? Are they changing? Interesting. Today released financial results for the fourth quarter and fiscal year ended February 1st, 2025. The company's consolidated financial statements, including GAAP and non-GAAP results, are below the company's Form 10K, and supplemental information can be found at https://investor.gamestop, which it's not there yet. They still haven't released that. But anyway. Fourth quarter review. Net sales were $1.283 billion for the fourth quarter, compared to $1.794 billion in the prior year's fourth quarter. Selling, general and administrative expenses were $282.5 million for the fourth quarter, compared to $359.2 million in the prior year's fourth quarter. Net income was $131.3 million for the fourth quarter, compared to net income of $63.1 million for the prior year's fourth quarter. Damn, that's fire. Hey. How many times did I say they were going to post 120 million, huh? How many times did I say they were going to post 120 million? Let's go! Adjusted EBITDA of $96.5 million for the fourth quarter, compared to adjusted EBITDA of $88 million for the prior year's fourth quarter. Cash-on-cash equivalents and marketable securities were $4.775 billion at the close of the quarter. Completed divestitures of Italy and the wind down of store operations in Germany. Full year overview. Net sales were $3.823 billion for fiscal year 24, compared to $5.273 billion for fiscal year 23. SG&A expenses were $1.13 billion for fiscal year 24, compared to $1.324 billion for fiscal year 23. Net income was $131.3 million for fiscal year 24, compared to a net income of $6.7 million for fiscal year 23. That's a massive! Adjusted EBITDA of $36.1 million for fiscal year 24, compared to adjusted EBITDA of $64.7 million for fiscal year 23. The company will not be holding a conference call today. Additional information can be found in company's Form 10K. Then this is just whatever. We need a 10K to read, like, everything they have planned, but yeah, bro, they crushed. They absolutely crushed. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. The stock didn't go up as much as I assume people were hoping, but it went up about as much as the market was pricing in. So that's good. That's good. You selling now? They're buying Bitcoin. Should I? Should I sell? I don't know. I don't know. Good question. Hey, I think the green hat worked, though. I think the green hat worked. Pretty cool. Let's see. Then these are all just the numbers. Oh, they never added a trading card section on net sales. So I guess trading cards are just collectibles. I guess. I don't know. That's interesting. I guess I'm assuming it's collectibles considering how much the... Oh, wait. No, never mind. I don't know. Why don't they have a trading card section on net sales here? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to wait for the 10K to come out to actually see some stuff. Well, all right then. Sup, small fry? Small fry? When does 10K come out? I have no clue, man. They might not even release it till later tomorrow. There's no earnings call. Sup, Short Friday? Aaliyah, Johnny John, Mile High Sports, Wrongly. Welcome all the people I haven't shouted out yet. 94 Clips, Copycat, Z Clown, Bulldog, Real Michigan, Barry's Bits, Moneymaker, Curtis Young, Anthony, Financial Conspirator. Damn, there's a lot of names I missed. That's crazy. That's the Plan, and Tweezy, Juanito, Uber Priest, G Sliz. So many names. Nick Taylor, Hype Gains, Harry, Jack Reacher. That's the Plan. That's a lot of names, bro. That's a lot of names. That's crazy. That's a lot of names up in here. That Jordan poster's fire. Thank you, Saria. Thank you. Thank you, Saria. Here, I'll even blow it up for you so you can peep it. It's a good poster right there. It's a good poster right there, bro. Shout out to everyone here. Shout out to everyone here, especially if you're long GameStop. I'm sure you're pretty excited right now. Those are some really good numbers for the fundamentals. And I mean, who knows when they're going to buy Bitcoin? I guess if they haven't bought it already, I would say GameStop thinks it's going to go down more, but who knows? I guess it's just an option, right? They had that investment option in the past, and now they have the option to buy Bitcoin if they want. Or maybe they're actually going to do it. Who knows? I'm assuming they're just going to do it. But who really knows? $200 people. Yeah, it's kind of nuts right now. Kind of nuts right now. People are dumping. It's just after hours, bro. You're going to see, and a lot of people are going to take profits, you know? There's been a lot of people who've been down on this stock for a really long time, so as it climbs higher, just like when it went from $18 to 34, that like past 3 months from October to January, basically, people are going to take profits on the way up, so, you know, it's just kind of part of the game. Not everyone has diamond hands. Jason G, what's up? Essence, what's up, Essence? Jeffrey Mayo, what's up? Wrongly, what's up? Henry C. Earnings is already out. %6 only. I mean, the stock's gone up 10% going into the earnings. Will GME run tomorrow? Oh, even 3% interest will have GameStop 150 million interest income. Yep. Yes, sir. Jason G, bro. Jason G. You're the only person in here. You're the only, bro. I've been streaming for like 4 months every single day, and you legitimately might be the only person who's ever said that. So God bless you, my friend. God bless you. The 10K finally came out, I think. Oh, my head hurts so bad, but I guess I'm going to read this 10K to you guys, and then I'm going to leave. GameStop to invest corporate cash in Bitcoin following footsteps of MicroStrategy. That's breaking news on CNBC. So you're going to see a lot of Main Street people come in here and start buying the stock if they're like bullish on Bitcoin. All right, so GameStop offers games and entertainment products through its stores and e-commerce platforms. Our fiscal year is composed of 52 or 53 weeks, ending the Saturday closest to the last day of January. Fiscal year 24 consisted of 52 weeks, ended February 1st, 25. 50, blah, blah, blah. We operate in 4 segments: US, Canada, Australia, and Europe. As of February 1st, 2025, we had a total of 3,200 stores across all of our segments. 2325 in the United States, 193 in Canada, 374 in Australia, and 311 in Europe. Our stores and e-commerce sites operate primarily under the names GameStop, EB Games, and Micromania. Our Australia and Europe segments also include 38 pop culture themed stores selling collectibles, apparel, gadgets, electronics, toys, and other retail products for technology enthusiasts and general consumers in international markets, operating under Zing Pop Culture brand. Okay. Merchandise. We categorize our sales of products as follows. Hardwares and accessories. We offer new and pre-owned gaming platforms from the major console manufacturers. The current generation of consoles includes the Sony PlayStation 5, Microsoft Xbox Series X, and Nintendo Switch. Accessories consist primarily of controllers and gaming headsets. Software. We offer new and pre-owned gaming software for current and certain prior generation consoles. We also sell a wide variety of in-game digital currency, digital downloadable content, and full game downloads. Okay, so trading cards are in collectibles, but I don't see PSA here. I wonder what PSA did for them. Collectibles consist of apparel, toys, trading cards, gadgets, and other retail products for pop culture and technology enthusiasts. Collectibles also include our digital asset wallet and NFT marketplace activities in fiscal 23. However, both activities were wound down in fourth quarter of 23. I wonder if there's going to be any mention of PSA in here at all. We provide our customers with an opportunity to trade in their pre-owned gaming, mobility, and other products at our store in exchange for cash or credit, which can be applied towards the purchase of other products. This process drives higher market share and offers a brighter range of price points for our customers. Our trade-in program provides customers a mean to unlock value and recycle used product, which enables us to offer previous generation platforms and related games. We operate refurbishment centers in the United States, Canada, Australia, and Europe, where used gaming, mobility, and other products can be tested, repaired, sanitized, repackaged, and redistributed for sales. Oh, look, this is new on the 10K, I think. Store locations. Our retail stores are generally located in strip centers, shopping malls, and pedestrian areas. These locations provide easy access and high frequency of visits, and in the case of strip centers and high traffic pedestrian stores, high visibility. We target strip centers that are conveniently located, have a mass merchant or supermarket anchor tenant, and have a high volume of customers. As of February 1st, 2025, we offered games and entertainment products in 3,203 stores worldwide, as more specifically set forth below. And yeah, that's crazy. They have 202 stores in California. Wow. I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but a lot of stores. Business strategy. Our strategy involves using our cash and other sources of liquidity to maximize shareholder value, including through potential investment and or acquisition opportunities and optimizing our retail business to achieve profitability. On March 18th, 2025, the board of directors of the company unanimously authorized a revised investment policy. In accordance with the revised investment policy, the board has delegated authority to manage the company's portfolio of securities investments to an investment committee of the board, consisting of the company's chairman of the board and chief executive officer, Ryan Cohen, and 2 independent members of the board, together with such personnel and advisors as the investment committee may choose. The investment committee regularly reviews risks related to the company's investment portfolio, including concentration risk, when allocating cash to various investment opportunities and considering related investment risk. The investment committee considers market-based factors, including risk-adjusted after-tax yields. When reviewing concentration risk, the investment committee considers the liquidity needs of the company, among other things. Investments are made in accordance with the guidelines in the investment policy that is reviewed at least annually, with oversight conducted by senior officers in the investment committee. The overall goals of the investment policy are to prove sufficient liquidity to meet day-to-day financial obligations of the company and to optimize investment returns with the guidelines of the investment policy. Permissible investment instruments include cash and cash equivalents, bank obligations, money market funds, and commercial paper, fixed income securities, obligations of the U.S. Treasury and U.S. government, tax-exempt obligations of state and municipalities, and corporate bonds and notes, equity securities, limited to those listed on the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE American, NYSE ARCA, or the NASDAQ stock market, and in compliance with the listing standards of the applicable exchange, and certain cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin. Individual exceptions to the investment policy may only be made by the unanimous agreement of the investment committee, or if the investment committee is unable to reach unanimous agreement on such exemptions. On March 25th, 2025, we announced that as a part of our revisions to the investment policy, the board approved addition of Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, whereby a portion of our cash or future debt and equity issuance may be invested in Bitcoin. We have not set a maximum amount of Bitcoin we may accumulate, and we may sell any Bitcoin we acquire. Interesting. The investment committee will direct the investment activity of the company in public and private markets, pursuant to authority granted by the board. Depending on certain market conditions and various risk factors, Mr. Cohen or other members of the investment committee, each in their own personal capacity or through affiliated investment vehicles, may at times invest in the same securities in which the company invests. The board anticipates that such investments will align the interests of the company with the interests of related parties, because it places the personal resources of such directors at risk in substantially the same manner as resources of the company in connection with investment decisions made by the investment committee on behalf of the company. Retail business. GameStop is actively focused on below objectives. Establish omnichannel retail excellence. We aim to be the leading destination for games and entertainment products through our stores and e-commerce platforms. Achieve profitability. During fiscal 2024, we continue to optimize our cost structure to align with our current and anticipated future needs. We'll continue to focus on cost containment as we look to operate with increased efficiency. Expand our addressable market. We continue to explore ways to increase the size of our addressable market through new products and service offerings, including offerings in the graded collectible category, Expansions on these categories provides the company with margin accretive opportunities that can assist the company in achieving its profitability goals. Vendors. We purchase our new products worldwide from a broad number of manufacturers, software publishers, and distributors. Our largest vendors are Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, which collectively accounted for a majority of our new product purchases in fiscal 24. We have established certain rights with our primary gaming product vendors that reduce our risk of inventory obsolescence, including, in some circumstance, unsold product return policies and protections against price reductions. In addition, we generally conduct business on an order-by-order basis, a practice that is typical throughout the industry. We believe that maintaining and strengthening our long-term relationship with our vendors is essential to our operation. Distribution and information management. Our operating strategy involves providing a convenient and broad merchandise selection for our customers. We use our distribution facilities, store locations, and inventory management systems to optimize the efficiency of the flow of products to our stores or customers, enhance fulfillment efficiency, and optimize in-stock and overall investment inventory. Competition. The gaming industry is intensely competitive and subject to rapid changes in consumer preferences and frequent new product introductions. We compete with mass merchants and regional chains, computer product and consumer electronic stores, other gaming and related specialty stores, toy retail chains, direct sales by software publishers, the online environments operated by Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, as well as other online retailers and game rental companies. That's interesting. Their partners are their competition. Kind of interesting. As well as other online retailers and game rental companies. Gaming products are also distributed through other methods such as digital delivery. We also compete with sellers of pre-owned and value gaming products and other forms of entertainment activities, including casual and mobile games, movies, television, theater, sporting events, and family entertainment centers. In the United States, we compete with Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Amazon, among others. Throughout Europe, we compete with major consumer electronic retailers such as FNAC Darty, major hypermarket chains like Leclerc, and online retailer Amazon. Competitors in Canada include Walmart and Best Buy. In Australia, competitors include JB Hi-Fi stores, Big W, Target, and Amazon. Globally, we also compete with certain vendors, including Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, among others, for direct-to-consumer offerings. Seasonality. Our business, like that of many retailers, is seasonal, with major portions of sales and operating profit realized during the fourth quarter of the fiscal year, which includes the holiday selling season. Results for any quarters are not necessarily indicative of the results that may be achieved for a full fiscal year. Quarterly results may fluctuate materially depending upon, among other factors, the timing of new product introductions, adverse weather conditions, shift in the timing of certain holidays, or promotions and changes in our merchandise mix. We generated approximately 34% of sales during the fourth quarter of fiscal 24 and 23. What's up, KCR? James G, Jason, Mile High. What's up? Macro Polo, Tornike. Sorry, I'm reading this 10K, so I can't really get to the chat, but I hope you guys are all doing good. Make sure you hit that like button, and I'm also here live streaming every single day during the market hours, so feel free to come back again as well. Trademarks, we have a number of trademarks and services marks, including GameStop, EB Games, EB Electronics Boutique, and GameStop Pro, which are registered with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. For many of our trademarks and service marks, including Micromania and Zing Pop Culture, we also have registered or have registrations pending with the trademark authorities throughout the world. We maintain a policy of pursuing registration of our principal marks and opposing any infringement of our marks. Human capital. At GameStop, we strive to attract, retain, and develop talent at all levels of our organization. We have approximately 6,000 full-time salaried and hourly associates, and between 10,000 and 13,000 part-time hourly associates worldwide. Depending on the time of the year, our human resource philosophy is based on the following tenets. Development. We're committed to providing our associates with opportunities to develop and grow their careers. We offer learning opportunities through our training programs. Collaboration. We advocate working actively to build understanding and collaboration across functions. We believe a more collaborative workforce provides many benefits in drawing upon a greater richness of resources, experience, ideas, and talents. Benefits. We have designed our compensation and benefits program to meet the unique needs of employees in our various business segments. These programs are intended to attract, reward, and retain talent while instilling an ownership mentality in our work. We don't need to read that part. Risk factors. Do we need to read that? I don't think we need to read this because all of this stuff's like on every 10K. But there is a Bitcoin one right here, so we'll read that. The value of our investment portfolio may decline. The company's investment policy permits the company to invest from time to time in securities and certain cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin and US dollar denominated stablecoins. And the company is and will be exposed to market volatility in connection with these investments. The company's financial position and financial performance could be adversely affected by worsening market conditions or poor performance of such investments. Bitcoin, for example, is a highly volatile asset and has experienced significant price fluctuations over time. Our Bitcoin strategy has not been tested and may prove unsuccessful. US dollar denominated stablecoins may also suffer from value loss due to various issues underlying the product, including bank or issuer failure or underlying blockchain problems. The company may also invest from time to time in non-marketable securities and may need to hold such instruments for a long period of time and may not be able to realize a return of its cash investment should there be a need to liquidate to obtain cash at any given time. The company may also invest from time to time in securities that are interest-bearing securities, and if there are changes in interest rates, those changes would affect the interest income the company earns on these investments and therefore impact its cash flow and results of operation. The company's investment portfolio is overseen in accordance with guidelines approved by the investment committee. Pursuant by the investment policy, the company's investment portfolio may be concentrated in just one or a few holdings. Accordingly, a significant decline in the market value of one or more such holdings may not be offset by hypothetically better performance of the other holdings. If any, this concentration risk may result in a more pronounced effect on net income and stockholder equity, and may result in greater volatility in the fair market value of company's investment portfolio from one period to another. Our investment for if we acquire Bitcoin, we'll be exposed to certain risks associated with Bitcoin. The Bitcoin markets have historically experienced significant volatility in price, limited liquidity, and trading volumes, relative anonymity, potential susceptibility to market abuse and manipulation, compliance and internal control failures at exchanges, and other risks inherent in its entirely electronic virtual form and decentralized network. Our Bitcoin holdings could significantly impact our financial results and the market price of our listed securities. Our Bitcoin strategy has not been tested over an extended period of time or under different market conditions. We're continually examining the risks and rewards of our strategy to acquire and hold Bitcoin. By investing in Bitcoin, we may become subject to counterparty risk, such as with our Bitcoin custodians and those to whom we transact in Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. The broader digital asset industry may also be subject to counterparty risks, which could adversely impact the adoption rate, price, and use of Bitcoin. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are subject to regulatory and legal uncertainty, and governments and regulators may enact new laws and regulations or pursue regulatory, legislative enforcement, or judicial action that could impact the price of Bitcoin, or our ability to acquire, hold, or transfer Bitcoin, and may be subject to increased regulatory scrutiny. If federal or state tax authorities change Bitcoin's classification from property, which allows for capital gains treatment but also imposes certain tax reporting requirements, to another category such as to currency or a financial asset, The resulting tax implications could negatively affect us and our stockholders. Additionally, changes in the accounting treatment of our Bitcoin holdings could have significant accounting impacts, including increasing the volatility of our results. Bitcoin does not pay interest or other returns, and we can only generate cash from our Bitcoin holdings if we sell our Bitcoin or implement strategies to create income streams or otherwise generate cash by using our Bitcoin holdings. Even if we pursue any such strategies, we may be unable to create income streams or otherwise generate cash from our Bitcoin holdings, and any such strategies may subject us to additional risks. If we are unable to sell Bitcoin we acquire or otherwise generate funds using our Bitcoin holdings, or if we're forced to sell our Bitcoin at a significant loss, our business and financial condition could be negatively impacted. In addition, Bitcoin and other blockchain-based cryptocurrencies and the entities that provide services to participants in the Bitcoin ecosystem, as well as the Bitcoin and blockchain ledger, digital wallets, and other digital assets and blockchain technologies, have been and may in the future be subject to security breaches, cyber attacks, or other malicious activities. If we or our third-party service providers experience a security breach or cyber attack, and unauthorized parties obtain access to our Bitcoin or other similar circumstances or events occur, we may lose some or all of our Bitcoin, and our financial condition and results of operations could be materially adversely affected. Further, to the extent the private keys for a digital wallet are lost, destroyed, or otherwise compromised and no backup of the private keys is accessible, neither we nor our custodians would be able to access the Bitcoin held in the related digital wallet. If we require US... Damn, this is a long 10K. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. How many people are here right now? We need to see. Maybe I'll keep reading for a minute if there's a lot. Damn, there's still 152 people in here? We maxed out at like 275? That's crazy. Damn, we got 69 likes. Let's go! 69 likes, baby. That's what I like to see. If we acquire US dollar denominated stablecoins, we may be exposed to certain risks associated with such stablecoins. US dollar denominated stablecoins are digital assets designed to have a stable value over time as compared to typically volatile digital assets, and are backed by the US dollar. Volatility in stablecoins, operational issues with stablecoins, for example, technical issues that prevent settlement or redemption, concerns about the sufficiency of any reserves that support stablecoins, or regulatory concerns about stablecoin issuers or intermediaries. Why can't I say that word? Intermediaries, or the stablecoins themselves, could all impair the value of such stablecoins and result in losses. By investing in US dollar denominated stablecoins, we may become subject to counterparty risk, such as with the issuers of the stablecoins, custodians, and those with whom we transact in US dollar denominated stablecoins. US dollar denominated stablecoins are subject to regulatory and legal uncertainty, and governments and regulators may enact new laws and regulations or pursue regulatory, legislative, enforcement, or judicial actions that could impact our ability to acquire, hold, or transfer US dollar denominated stablecoins, and may subject us to increased regulatory scrutiny. The company is required to recognize losses in a particular investment for financial statement purposes, even though the company has not actually sold the security. Under accounting rules, changes in the unrealized gains and losses on certain of our investments may be included in the company's reported net income, even though the company has not actually realized any gain or loss by selling such securities. Accordingly, changes in the market prices of such securities can have significant impact on the company's reported results for a particular period, even though those changes do not bear on the performance of the company's operating businesses. Our failure to deal appropriately with conflicts of interest could adversely affect our business. Certain of our executive officers, members of our investment committee, and members of our board of directors engage in personal investment activities. These personal investments, done in their individual capacities or through affiliated investment vehicles, may give rise to potential conflicts or perceived conflicts between the personal financial interest of the executive officer, members of our investment committee, or members of the board of directors. In the interest of us, any of our subsidiaries or any stockholder other than such executive officers, member of our investment committee, or members of the board of director. If we're deemed to be an investment company under the Investment Company Act, we may be required to institute burdensome compliance requirements, and our activities may be restricted. In order to not be regulated as an investment company under the Investment Company Act of 1940, as amended, unless we can qualify for an exclusion or exemption therefrom, we must ensure that we engage primarily in a business other than investing, reinvesting, or trading of securities, and that our activities do not include investing, reinvesting, owning, holding, or trading in securities, and owning investment securities having a value constituting more than 40% of our total assets, exclusive of U.S. government securities and cash items, on an unconsolidated basis. If we are deemed to be an investment company under the Investment Company Act, our activities may be restricted, including restrictions on the nature of our investments and restrictions of our issuance of securities. In addition, burdensome requirements may be imposed on us, including registration as an investment company under the Investment Company Act, adoption of a specific form of corporate structure and reporting, record keeping, voting, proxy, and disclosure requirements, and other rules and regulations that could have a material adverse effect on our business and financial condition, and may also require us to substantially change the manner in which we conduct our business. Further, a determination by regulators that Bitcoin or certain other cryptocurrencies constitute securities or investment securities under the Investment Act or other federal security law could lead to our classification as an investment company under the Investment Company Act, and could negatively impact the market price or liquidity of Bitcoin or such other cryptocurrencies that we may hold, and the market value of our Class A common stock. That's an interesting piece. So they can't really, a lot of people just want them to go all in on investments, but they really can't do much more than a bill or two, or else they'll have to file as an investment company. Very interesting. Retail industry risks, economic, social, and political conditions in the market in which we operate could adversely affect demand for the products we sell and impact our business and financial conditions. Sales of our products involve discretionary spending by consumers, making our results highly dependent on the health of the economies and consumer confidence in the markets in which we operate. Consumers are typically more likely to make discretionary purchases, including purchasing gaming and technology products, when they are favorable economic conditions. Our business may be affected by many economic, social, and political factors outside of our control. Some of these factors include consumer disposable income levels, consumer confidence in current and future economic conditions, levels of employment, consumer credit availability, consumer debt levels, interest rates, tax rates, housing market conditions, inflation, tariffs, socio-political factors such as civil unrest or political uncertainty, and the effects of weather, natural disasters, and public health crises, adverse economic, social, and political changes in any of the regions in which we sell our products could adversely affect our business in many ways, including reduced sales and margins. We face strong competition from multi-channel retailers, e-commerce business, and others, which directly affects our revenue and profitability. The retail environment is intensely competitive and subject to rapid changes in consumer preferences and frequent new product introductions. We compete with mass merchants and regional chains, including Walmart and Target, computer products and consumer electronic stores. We've already pretty much read this up at the top, so let's just skip that. The gaming industry has historically been cyclical and is affected by the introduction of the next-gen consoles, which could negatively, in fact, impact the demand for existing product. The gaming industry has historically been cyclical in nature in response to the introduction and maturation of new technology. Following the introduction of new gaming platforms, sales of these platforms and related software and accessories generally increase due to initial demand, While sales of older platforms and related products generally decrease as customers migrate towards the new platforms, a new console cycle began with the launch of the Sony PS5 in November 2020, the Microsoft Xbox Series X in November 2020, and Nintendo Switch in March 2017. In January 2025, Nintendo announced that Nintendo Switch 2, the successor of Nintendo Switch System, will be released in 25. We are dependent upon the timely delivery of new and innovative products from our vendors, and failure to timely obtain new products can adversely affect our sales. We depend on manufacturing and publishers to deliver video game hardware, software, collectibles, including trading cards, and consumer electronics in quantities sufficient to meet customer demand. Some of the products we sell may be short supply and highly allocated among us and our competitors, and we compete for product inventory. If we have failed to obtain products in sufficient quantities, our sales may be negatively impacted. We also depend on these manufacturers and publishers to regularly introduce new and innovative products and software titles to drive industry sales. In recent years, the number of new software titles available for sale has decreased. Separately, our collectible category, including trading cards, has been driven in part by demand for new releases. Any material delay in the introduction or delivery, or limited allocations of hardware platforms, collectibles, or software titles could result in reduced sales. In addition, some publishers have historically published games compatible with multiple gaming platforms, have been acquired by console manufacturers. This consolidation could lead to a further reduction in the number of new software titles available for sale. Technological advances in the delivery and types of video games and PC entertainment software available to consumers, as well as changes in consumer behavior related to those new technologies, have lowered and may continue to lower our sales. The current consoles from Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft have facilitated download technology. Downloading of video game content to the current generation video game systems continues to grow and take increasing percentages of new video game sales. If consumer preferences for downloading video game content in lieu of physical software continues to increase, our business and financial performance may be adversely impacted. In addition, both Sony and Microsoft currently offer consoles that only allow for purchase of digital games and content and do not work with physical software. Sales of those types of consoles eliminate the ability of customers to purchase physical software, which may also adversely affect our sales of both new and pre-owned physical software. A lot of risks. There's a lot here, man. There's a lot. We're not even halfway through, bro. This is crazy. I don't think the 10K was this long last time. Alright, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Where were we, though? I lost my place. We read that one. We read that one. Okay, so we're here, I believe. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. GameStop. 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 Alright, let's read more on this. If I'm not really reading the chat, so just so you know. If you wanna talk more about this GameStop stuff, tomorrow is gonna be a better day. There's a lot of people here, and I'm gonna just continue reading this for now. So I'm sorry to anyone I've ignored in the chat so far. All right, interruptions to our supply chain or the supply chain of our suppliers may adversely affect our business. Our suppliers rely on foreign sources, primarily in Asia, to manufacture a portion of the products we purchase from them. As a result, any event causing a disruption of imports, including labor shortages, natural disasters, public health crises, or the imposition of import or trade restrictions in the form of tariffs or quotas, could increase the cost and reduce the supply of products available to us, which may negatively impact our business and results of operation. An adverse trend in sales during the holiday selling season could impact our financial results. Our business, like many retailers, is seasonal, with a major portion of our sales and operating profit realized during the fourth quarter of each year, which includes the holiday selling season. During fiscal 24 and 23, we generated approximately 34% and 34% respectively of all our sales during the fourth quarter. Any adverse trend in sales during the holiday selling season could lower our results of the operations for the fourth quarter and the entire fiscal year. Our ability to obtain favorable terms from our suppliers and service providers may impact our financial results. Our financial results depend significantly upon the business terms we can obtain from our suppliers and service providers, including competitive prices, unsold product return policies, advertising, and market development allowances, freight charges, and payment terms. We purchase substantially all of our products directly from manufacturers, software publishers, and in some cases, distributors. If our suppliers and service providers do not provide us with favorable business terms or allocate reduced volumes of their products to us, we may not be able to offer products to our customers in sufficient volumes or at competitive prices. Vendors may request credit support, which could require us to either use cash on hand or collateralized letters of credit, which restricted cash or other credit support mechanisms, which reduce our liquidity available for other purposes. Our sales of collectibles depends on trends in pop culture, and if we're unable to anticipate, identify, and react to these trends, our sales and business may be adversely affected. Our sales of collectibles are heavily dependent upon the continued demand by our customers for collectibles, apparels, toys, trading cards, gadgets, electronics, and other retail products for pop culture and technology enthusiasts. The popularity of such products is often driven by movies, television shows, music, fashion, and other pop culture influences. Our failure to anticipate, identify, and react appropriately to changing trends and preferences of customers could lead to, among other things, excess inventory and higher markdowns. Changes to tariffs and import-export regulations may negatively impact our future financial condition and result operations. A significant portion of the products we offer are purchased from foreign vendors or manufactured in foreign countries. In recent months, trade tensions between the United States and other countries have escalated. Imposition of additional new or different actions with respect to additional international trade agreements, imposition of tariffs on goods imported in the U.S., barriers to trade, tax policy related to international commerce, or other trade matters could impact the cost or availability of the merchandise we offer, which may have an adverse impact on our business. Strategic retail risks. If we're unable to successfully maintain strong retail and e-commerce experiences for our customers, our sales and results operations could adversely be impacted. Our business has become increasingly dependent on multiple sales channels as we strive to deliver a seamless shopping experience to our customers through both online and in-store shopping experiences. Operating an e-commerce platform is a complex undertaking and exposes us to risks and difficulties frequently experienced by internet-based businesses, including risks related to our ability to attract and retain customers on a cost-effective basis, and our ability to operate and support our internet operations, website, mobile applications, and other related operational systems. If we're not able to successfully operate our e-commerce platform, we may not be able to provide a positive shopping experience or maintain customer traffic, sales, or margins, and our business and financial condition could be adversely affected. In-store and e-commerce retail are competitive in evolving environments. Insufficient, untimely, or inadequate prioritized or ineffectively implemented investments could significantly impact our profitability and growth and affect our ability to attract new customers as well as maintain our existing ones. If we fail to keep pace with changing industry technology and consumer preferences, we will be at a competitive disadvantage. The interactive entertainment industry is characterized by swiftly changing technology, evolving industry standards, frequent new and enhanced product introductions, rapidly changing consumer preferences, and product obsolescence. Video games are now played on a wide variety of mediums, including video game consoles, personal computers, mobile phones, tablets, social network websites, and other devices. Browser, mobile, and social gaming is accessed through hardware other than the consoles and traditional handheld video game devices we currently sell. In addition, augmented reality, virtual reality, and blockchain technology continue to rapidly evolve and may result in changes in both customer preferences and the types of hardware and software that are used by customers. To continue to compete effectively in the gaming and interactive entertainment industry, we must respond effectively to market and technological changes and understand their impact on our customers' preferences. It may take significant time and resources to respond to these technological changes and changes in consumer preferences. Our business and results of operations may be negatively impacted if we fail to keep with these changes. If we're unable to successfully manage our profitability and cost reduction initiatives, our operating results could be adversely affected. As part of our strategic plan, we've undertaken cost reduction measures and other initiatives to improve the efficiency of our operations, including initiatives to reduce headcount. These initiatives could strain our existing resources, and we could experience operating difficulties in managing our business, including difficulties in hiring, managing, and retaining employees. If we do not adapt, we may experience erosion to our brand, the quality of our products and services may suffer, and our operating results may be negatively impacted. An important element of our profitability initiative is to reduce our global store base. Failure to successfully transfer customers and sales from closed stores to nearby stores could adversely impact our financial results. As part of our profitability initiative, we're reducing our global store base, which includes closing stores that are not meeting performance standards or stores at the end of their lease terms with the intent of transferring sales to other nearby locations. If we are unsuccessful in marketing customers of the stores that we plan to close or in transferring sales to nearby stores, our results of operation could be negatively impacted. And there's a lot of risks for GameStop. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's not really risks, it's just a lot of factors. Changes in our senior management or our inability to attract and retain qualified personnel could have a material adverse impact on our business and results of operation. Our success depends in part on the continuing services and contributions of our leadership team to execute on our strategic plan. Turnover is a key leadership position in the company, where our failure to timely or successfully implement leadership transitions could adversely affect our ability to manage the company efficiently and effectively, could be disruptive and distracting to management, and may lead to additional departures of current personnel, any of which have a material adverse effect on our business and results of operation. Our success also depends, in part, upon our ability to attract, motivate, and retain a highly trained and engaged workforce, including key executives, management for our stores, and skilled merchandising, marketing, financial, and administrative personnel. The turnover rate in the retail and fulfillment industries is relatively high, and there is an ongoing need to recruit and train new store and fulfillment associates. Factors that affect our ability to maintain sufficient numbers of qualified associates includes associate morale, our reputation, unemployment rates, competition from other employers, and our ability to offer appropriate compensation and benefit packages. Our inability to attract and retain qualified personnel or retain key personnel in the future could have a material adverse effect on our business and results of operation. Damage to our reputation could adversely affect our business and our ability to attract and retain customers and employees. Our continued success depends upon customers' perception of our company Any negative publicity relating to our vendors, products, associates, and members of our board or practices could damage our reputation and adversely impact our ability to attract and retain customers and employees. Failure to detect, prevent, or mitigate issues that might give rise to reputational risk or failure to adequately address negative publicity or perceptions could adversely impact our reputation, business results of operation, and financial conditions. Operational risks. If we or the third parties with whom we work do not maintain the security of our information, technology systems, or data, including customer, associate, or company information, such failure could negatively impact our operations, damage our reputation, cause us to incur substantial additional costs, lead us to become subject to litigation, or cause us to experience other adverse consequences. An important part of our business involves the receipt, collection, storage, transfer, disposal, disclosure, security, use, and other processing of personal information of our customers and associates and other sensitive information. We have systems and processes in place that are designed to protect against security and data breaches, compromise of confidential and other sensitive information, and other interruptions. Despite these efforts, we have been the target of cybersecurity attacks in the past, and there's no guarantee that the procedures we have implemented to protect against such security breaches, compromises, and other interruptions are adequate or will be effective. Our data and information systems are subject to a variety of evolving threats. These threats come from a wide variety of actors. Our data and information systems may also be compromised for reasons other than cyber attack. We rely on certain third parties and their technologies to operate critical business systems to process sensitive data. In a variety of contexts, our ability to monitor these third parties' information security practices is limited, and these third parties may not have adequate information security measures in place. If the third parties with whom we work experience a security breach, compromise, or other interruption, we could experience adverse consequences. A successful cybersecurity attack or other compromise of our data or information systems could lead to significant disruptions in the operations of our systems and business, including our ability to accept payment from customers, unauthorized release of sensitive information, and corruption of data. If we experience a security breach or other compromise, or are perceived to have experienced a security breach or other compromise, we may experience material adverse consequences, such as significant investment and resources to identify and remediate such breach or other compromise, notification obligations, costly litigation, government investigations, government enforcement actions, fines, penalties, lawsuits, significant harm to our reputation with our customers, and other similar harm. This is insane. We're subject to stringent and evolving laws and other obligations related to data, privacy, and security. Compliance with such obligations and our actual or perceived failure to comply with such obligations could lead to increased cost and liabilities. Wait, we just read that. Okay, I'm gonna skip that over. Weather, natural disasters, public health crisis, and other unexpected events could adversely affect our operating results. Our U.S. support, fulfillment, and refurbishment operations are concentrated in large part in a single facility in Grapevine, Texas. A casualty or other event that impacts this facility or its employees could significantly disrupt our support, fulfillment, and refurbishment operations, and as a result could adversely affect our operations and financial condition. Inventory shrinkage may negatively affect our results of operations and financial conditions. If our systems fail to perform or are inadequate, our ability to manage our business could be disrupted. They're talking about their computer systems. I'm kind of there's so much to read, man. I'm kind of gonna skip over some of this because you get it. There's a lot of risks to a company like GameStop as far as their business, but yeah. I think this is like in every 10K though. Fail to provide marketing restrictions on our ability to purchase, sell pre-owned products could negatively affect our business, financial condition. If we're unable to renew or enter into new leases on favorable terms, our earnings may be adversely affected. Unfavorable changes in our global tax rate could have negative impact on our business, results of operation and cash flow. Legislative actions may cause our general and administrative and compliance costs to increase and impact our operations and financial conditions. Failure to comply with federal, state, local, and international laws, regulations, and statutes applicable to our business could result in an adverse impact. Litigation and the outcomes of such litigation could negatively impact our future financial condition and results. The market price of our Class A common stock has been extremely volatile and may continue to be volatile due to numerous circumstances beyond our control. The market price of our Class A common stock has fluctuated and may continue to fluctuate widely due to many factors, some of which may be beyond our control. These factors include, without limitation, short squeezes, that's the first thing, comments by security analysts or third parties, including blogs, articles, message boards, and social media, large stockholders exiting their position in our Class A common stock, or an increase or decrease in the short interest, actual or anticipated fluctuations in our financial or operating results, timing and allocation of new product releases, including new console launches, shift in the timing of content of certain promotions or services, the effect of changes in tax rates in the jurisdictions in which we operate, acquisition costs and integration of companies we acquire or invest in, mix of earnings in the countries in which we operate, costs associated with exit of unprofitable markets, businesses, or stores, changes in foreign currency exchange rates, negative public perception of us, our competitors, or industry, and overall general market fluctuations. Stock markets in general, and our stock price in particular, have experienced extreme price and volume fluctuations that have often been unrelated or disproportionate to the operating performance of those companies and our company. These broad market fluctuations may adversely affect the trading price of our Class A common stock. In particular, a large proportion of our Class A common stock has been and may continue to be traded by short sellers, which have put and may continue to put pressure on the supply and demand of our Class A common stock, further influencing volatility in its market price. These and other external factors have caused and may continue to cause the market price and demand of our Class A common stock to fluctuate substantially, which may limit or prevent our stockholders from readily selling their shares of our Class A common stock and may otherwise negatively affect the liquidity of our Class A common stock. They have a thing about a short squeeze in here. A short squeeze due to a sudden increase in demand for shares of our Class A common stock that largely exceeds supply has led to and may continue to lead to extreme price volatility in shares of our Class A common stock. Investors may purchase shares of our Class A common stock to hedge existing exposure or to speculate on the price of our Class A common stock. Speculation on the price of our Class A common stock may involve long and short exposures. The extent aggregate short exposure exceeds the number of shares of our Class A common stock available for purchase on the open market. Investors with short exposure may have to pay a premium to repurchase shares on our Class A common stock for delivery to lenders of our Class A common stock. Those repurchases may in turn dramatically increase the price of shares of our Class A stock until additional shares of our Class A common stock are available for trading or borrowing. This is often referred to as a short squeeze. A large proportion of our Class A common stock has been and may continue to be traded by short sellers, which may increase the likelihood that our Class A common stock will be the target of a short squeeze. A short squeeze has previously led and can continue to lead to volatile price movements in shares of our Class A common stock that are unrelated or disproportionate to our operating performance or prospects, and once investors purchase the shares of our Class A common stock necessary to cover their short positions, the price of our Class A common stock may rapidly decline. Stockholders that purchase shares of our Class A common stock during a short squeeze may lose a significant portion of their investment. That's cool that they have that in here. Information available in public media that's published by third parties, including blogs, articles, message boards, Another media statements not attributable to the company and may not be reliable or accurate. Large number of shares of our Class A common stock available for future sale could affect the market price of our Class A common stock and may be dilutive to our current stockholders. The sales of a substantial number of shares of our Class A common stock, or the perception that such sales could occur, could adversely affect the price of our Class A common stock. Our board of directors may authorize the issuance of additional authorized but unissued Class A common stock or other authorized but unissued securities at any time. Well, there you go. For everyone who was talking about will they dilute again, it's right there. Anytime, at any time, including pursuant to equity incentive plans. In addition, we may file a registration statement with the SEC, allowing us to offer from time to time and at any time equity securities, including common or preferred stock, subject to market conditions and other factors. Accordingly, we may from time to time and at any time seek to offer and sell our equity securities, including sales of our Class A common stock pursuant to an at-the-market program, based upon market conditions and other factors. Okay, so they still got to announce it before they do it, I think. Pretty sure. Future sales of substantial amount of Class A common stock in the public markets by our insiders. The perception that these sales may occur may cause the market price of our Class A common stock to decline. Our employees, directors, officers, and their affiliates hold substantial amounts of shares of our Class A common stock. Sales of a substantial number of such shares by these stockholders, or the perception that such sales will occur, may cause the market price of our Class A common stock to decline. Other than restrictions on trading that arise under securities laws, including the prohibition of trading in securities by or on behalf of a person who is aware of material non-public information, we have no restrictions on the right of our employees, directors, and officers and their affiliates to sell their unrestricted shares. Risk related to financial performance and reporting. Our results of operations may fluctuate from quarter to quarter depending on several factors, some of which are beyond our control. These factors include, but not limited to, the timing and allocation of new product releases, including new console launches, the amounts of devoted strategic investments, and failure to achieve anticipated profitability and benefits from such initiatives within the expected timeframes or at all, the timing and extent of the achievement of anticipated profits from investments, if at all, to the extent we acquire and hold significant amounts of Bitcoin or US dollar denominated stablecoins, fluctuations of the price of Bitcoin or such stablecoins, changes to our Bitcoin or stablecoin strategy and regulatory, commercial, and technical developments relating to Bitcoin or such stablecoins, shifts in the timing or content of certain promotions or service offerings, the effect of changes in tax rates in the jurisdictions in which we operate, the mix of earnings in the countries in which we operate, costs associated with the exit of unprofitable markets, businesses, or stores, and changes in foreign currency exchange rates. These and other factors could affect our business, financial conditions, and results of operation, and this makes the prediction of our financial results on a quarterly basis difficult. Also, it is possible that our quarterly financial results may be below the expectation of public market analysts. We and our subsidiaries may incur additional debt. Debt financing, if obtained, may involve agreements that include covenants limiting or restricting our ability to take specific actions, such as incurring additional debt, and could increase our expenses and require our assets secure such debt. These restrictions and expenses could in turn negatively impact our financial condition and liquidity. If our internal control over financing reporting is ineffective, our business may be adversely affected, and we may lose market confidence in our reported financial information, which could adversely impact our business and stock. Effective internal control over financial reporting can provide only reasonable assurance with respect to the preparation and fair presentation of consolidated financial statements, and may not prevent or detect misstatements because of inherent limitations. These limitations include, among others, the possibilities of human error, inadequacy, or circumventions of controls and fraud. If we're unable to maintain effective internal control over financial reporting, our ability to report financial information timely and accurately could be adversely affected. As a result, we could lose investor confidence and become subject to litigation or investigations, which could adversely affect our business operations, financial condition, and our stock price. Okay. 12K subs, let's go. Anyone who's saying this 10K is bearish, I'm it's just telling you the risks of investing the stock like every 10K does. I'm pretty sure, so I don't know yeah. I don't know why people are saying that. 456 on the poll? Holy crap. That's a lot of votes. That's a lot of votes, man. What is the stream doing right now? That's crazy. This is a crazy stream today. I might actually make $4 on this stream. Let's go! $4 incoming! Baby! Now would be a good time to insert an ad? I agree! I'm sorry to anyone who just got an ad, but that shit's hilarious to me. That shit's just hilarious to me. Anyway, cybersecurity, risk management, and strategy. An important part of our business involves the receipt, storage, and other processing of personal information of our customers and associates, including, in the case of our customers, payment information. Security of this information and our other proprietary or sensitive data is imperative to ensure the trust of our customers, vendors, and associates. We assess, identify, and manage material risks related to potential cybersecurity attacks on or through our electronic information systems that could adversely affect the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of our information systems or the information residing on those systems through various processes. These processes include a wide variety of controls, technologies, methods, systems, and other processes that are designed to prevent, detect, or mitigate data loss, theft, or misuse, and unauthorized access to or other cybersecurity attacks or vulnerabilities affecting our data and information technology systems. The assessment of cybersecurity risk is integrated into our overall risk management process, and cybersecurity is identified as a key risk within our enterprise risk management. Company strives to implement cybersecurity policies, standards, processes, and controls for assessing, identifying, and managing material risks from cybersecurity threats and responding to cybersecurity attacks that are aligned with industry best practices and applicable frameworks. We have an IT security team led by our Chief Information Security Officer that is responsible for implementing and maintaining cybersecurity and data protection practices at the company in close coordination with senior leadership and other teams across GameStop. We seek to address cybersecurity risks through a cross-functional approach, including relevant training for applicable associates and regular reviews and tests of our cybersecurity program that leverages audits performed by our internal audit team. In addition to our in-house cybersecurity capabilities, at times we also engage consultants or other third parties to assist with assessing, identifying, and managing cybersecurity risks. We use processes to oversee and identify material risk from cybersecurity threats associated with our use of third-party technology and systems. We maintain processes designed to reduce the impact of a cybersecurity attack or other compromise at third-party vendor. We maintain a cybersecurity incident response plan, which details the incident response procedures and points of contact related to the response processes. The response plan includes a decision tree-based playbook, which is a supplement to the plan and focuses on the specific types of incidents and the appropriate response steps. As of the date of this report, we are not aware of any recent cybersecurity attacks that have materially affected or reasonably likely to materially affect the company, including our business, strategy, results of operation, or financial conditions. Okay. There's a lot. Dude, this is long. I don't even think we're halfway through yet. As indicated above, we have an IT security team led by our Chief Information Security Officer that is responsible for implementing and maintaining centralized cybersecurity and data protection practices at the company in close coordination with senior leadership and other teams across GameStop. The security team's leadership has an average of 13 years of prior work experience in various roles, including monitoring, response, compliance, and privacy. These individuals are informed about and monitor the prevention, mitigation, detection, and remediation of cybersecurity incidents through their management of and in participation in the cybersecurity risk management and strategy process described above, including the operation of our incident response plan, and report to the audit committee on any appropriate terms. The audit committee of the board of directors, with input from management, assesses the measures implemented by the U.S. to mitigate and prevent cybersecurity attacks or other compromise. Company's IT team consults with and provides regular updates to our audit committee, as well as members of our senior management team, as appropriate on technology and cybersecurity matters, the status of projects to strengthen our information security systems, assessment of our cybersecurity program, and timely reports regarding any cybersecurity attack that meets established reporting thresholds. Our audit committee has oversight responsibility for our cybersecurity program. Properties. All of our retail stores are leased. Store leases typically provide for a lease term of 1 to 5 years, plus renewal options. This arrangement gives us the flexibility to pursue extension or relocation opportunities that arise from changing market conditions. We believe that as current leases expire, we will be able to obtain either renewals at the present locations or leases for similar locations in the same area. Terms of the store leases for the 3,203 lease stores open as of February 1st, 2025 expire as follow. In 2025, 1,688 expire. 2026, 771 expire. 2027, 356 expire. 2028, 261 expire. And then 2029 and later, only 127 expire. As of February 1st, 2025, we own 0 and leased 11 distribution facilities, totaling approximately 1.8 million square feet. The lease expiration dates for the leased facility ranges from 2025 to 2032, with an average remaining lease life, including reasonably certain options, of approximately 6 years. So Grapevine, Texas. Oh, it's just talking about, it doesn't have the expirations here. In fiscal 24, we closed our York, Pennsylvania distribution facility to consolidate U.S. fulfillment activities to our Grapevine, Texas facility. In fiscal 24, we divested our operations in Italy, which included our facility in Milan, Italy. In fiscal 24, we relocated our U.S. refurbishment operations into our distribution and administration facility at Grapevine, Texas. Previously, these refurbishment operations were performed in a separate facility also located in Grapevine. Okay. Registrants, common equity, related to stockholder matters, and issuer purchases. This is just info about the stock, like how many shares outstanding, and yeah. As of March 19th, 2025, there were 190,000 record holders of our Class A common stock. Interesting. On June 3rd, 2019, our board of directors elected to eliminate our quarterly dividend. Yep. Following graph compares to the cumulative stockholder return on our Class A common stock for the period commencing January 28th, 2019 through January 31st, 2025. It's just GameStop has produced way more gains than the S&P. So there's that. On March 4th, 2019, our board of directors approved a share repurchase, allowing up... Okay, that's old. Oh, wait. What does this say? up to 300 million. The authorization has no expiration date. We did not repurchase shares during fiscal 24 or fiscal 23. As of February 1st, 2025, we have 101.3 million remaining under the repurchase authorization. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. 101 million? That's nuts. That's nuts. If it goes back to 15, they could buy back like 7 million shares. Kind of interesting. Or is it 101 million? I think it's 101 million dollars. So yeah. It's not that crazy, but still cool that they have that open, I guess. Let's see, anything else here? All this stuff is... Oh, this is their investment policy. On March 18th, 2025, the board of directors of the company, the board, unanimously authorized a revised investment policy. In accordance with the revised investment policy, the board has delegated authority to manage the company's portfolio of security investments to an investment committee of the board, consisting of the company's chairman of the board and chief executive officer Ryan Cohen, and 2 independent members of the board. Together with such personnel and advisors as the investment committee may choose, the investment committee regularly reviews risks related to the company's investment portfolio, including concentration risk, when allocating cash to various investment opportunities and considering related investment risk. The investment committee considers market-based factors, including risk-adjusted after-tax yields. When reviewing concentration risk, the investment committee considers the liquidity needs of the company, among other things. Investments are made in accordance with the guidelines in the investment policy that is reviewed at least annually, with oversight conducted by senior officers in the investment committee. The overall goal of the investment policy are to provide sufficient liquidity to meet day-to-day financial obligations of the company and to optimize investment returns within the guidelines of the investment policy. Permissible investment instruments include cash, cash equivalents, we already know, including Bitcoin. So they can basically, and US, yeah, you already know about that. On March 25th, 2025, we announced that as part of our... Wait, what happened to Game Informer? Did Game Informer announce anything yet? The website's still down. Game Informer relaunches with original staff. That's all I see there. But no mention of it in here quite yet. We announced that part of our revision to the investment policy, the board approved the addition of Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, whereby a portion of our cash or future debt and equity issuance may be invested in Bitcoin. We have not set a maximum amount of Bitcoin we may accumulate, and we may sell Bitcoin at any time. I swear we've already read that. The investment committee will direct the investment activity of the company in public and private markets, pursuant to authority granted by the board. Depending on certain market conditions and various risk factors, Mr. Cohen or other members of the investment committee, each in their personal capacity or through affiliate investment vehicles, may at times invest in the same securities in which the company invests. Okay, we already read that. Retail business, GameStop is active. Wait. We already read all this. We already read a lot of this. Oh well. GameStop is actively focused on below. Establish omni-channel retail Oh, okay. So everything before was all like risks. Now it's okay, I gotcha. Establish omni-channel retail excellence. We aim to be the leading destination for games and entertainment products through our stores and e-commerce platforms. Achieve profitability. During fiscal 24, we continue to optimize our cost structure to align with our current and anticipated future needs. We'll continue to focus on cost containment as we look to operate with increased efficiency. Expand our addressable market. We continue to explore ways to increase the size of our addressable market through new products and service offerings, including offerings in graded collectibles category. Expansion of these categories provides the company with margin accretive opportunities that can assist the company in achieving profitability goals. In connection with our efforts to achieve sustained profitability, We continue to evaluate our international assets and operations to determine their strategic and financial fit and to eliminate redundancies and underperforming assets. To this date, we have taken the following as part of this ongoing effort. During fiscal 23, we exited our operations in Ireland, Switzerland, and Austria. During fourth quarter of fiscal 24, we closed down our store operations in Germany. During the fourth quarter of fiscal 24, we sold our Italian subsidiary, Gamestop Italy, which operated our Italian stores and e-commerce business. The stores in Italy will continue to operate under the GameStop brand for a transition period of up to 6 months. We recognized impairment expense of $7.6 million on the assets and a loss of $500 million during fiscal 24 in connection with the sale. The proceeds and loss on the sale were immaterial to our financial results. Crazy. On February 18th, 25, we announced a plan to pursue a sale of our France and Canada. We also initiated a comprehensive store portfolio optimization review, which involves identifying stores for closure based on many factors, including evaluation of current market conditions and individual store performance. This review, among other things, resulted in the closure of 590 stores in the United States in fiscal 24. While this review is ongoing and a specific set of stores has not been identified for closure, we anticipate closing a significant number of stores in fiscal 25. While we expect our cost containment efforts to yield reductions in SG&A expenses in the long term, we have incurred and may continue to incur non-recurring costs related to these efforts in the short term. We also continue to explore ways to increase the size of our addressable market through new products and service offerings. Yep. So that's their store count. They now have, we already know that. Net sales, $3.8 billion for the year. Damn, cost of sales went down crazy, bro. Cost of sales in 23 was like $4 billion. Now you're at $2.7 billion. Sure, you know, net sales went down as well, but that's a big reduction in cost. Huge, actually. Expense. $163 million in interest income. They still lost $26 million though, I guess, on the stores. I wonder if any of the stores went profitable though. Like, of course you're going to see some, you know, declines in sales. They've closed a bunch of stores and stuff, but let's see. During fiscal 24, total net sales decreased 27.5% compared to the prior year, with net sales in our Europe, Canada, US, and Australia segments decreasing by 38%, 30.2%, 24.9%, and 22.5%. The decrease in consolidation net sales in fiscal 24 compared to the prior year was primarily attributable to a $516.6 million or 33.9% decline in the sales of software, $897.1 million decline in sales of hardware and accessories, and a $36.1 million decline in sales of collectibles. Gross profit. Gross profit decreased $180.3 million or 13.9% in fiscal 24 compared to the prior year, and gross profit as a percentage of net sales increased to 29.1% in fiscal 24 compared to 24.5% prior year. The decrease in gross profit in fiscal 24 compared to the prior year is primarily attributable to the decrease in net sales, as further outlined in the net sales commentary. The increase in gross profit as a percentage of net sales is primarily due to a shift to higher margin product categories, specifically collectibles and pre-owned hardware and accessories, as well as improvements in inventory management. Sales of collectibles as a percentage of total net sales increased 18.8% in the current year, compared to 14.3% in the prior year. Sales of pre-owned hardware and accessories as a percentage of total net sales increased 11.5% in the current year, compared to 9.3% in prior. SG&A expenses decreased $193.5 million, or 14.6% in fiscal 24, Compared to the prior year, and SG&A as a percentage of net sales increased to 29.6% in fiscal 24, compared to 25.1% prior year. The decrease in SG&A expenses in fiscal 24 compared to the prior year and primarily attributable to $157.2 million reduction in labor-related costs, consulting service costs, and marketing expenses, driven by our continued focus on cost reduction efforts. Store-related costs decreased $30.7 million in the current year in connection with store closures, primarily in our European segment. The increase in SG&A as a percentage of net sales is primarily attributable to the decrease in net sales relative to the decrease in SG&A expenses. Asset impairment. Asset impairments related to store-level assets increased $4.9 million to $9.7 million in fiscal 24, compared to $4.8 million in the prior year. Interest income. Interest income net increased to $113.9 million to $163.4 million in fiscal 24, compared to $49.5 million in the prior year. The increase is primarily attributable to an increase in cash and cash equivalents, resulting from the issuance of sales under the at-the-money. Income tax expense net. Income tax expense net decreased $0.5 million to $5.9 million in fiscal 24, compared to $6.4 million in the prior year. Company reported an effective tax rate of 4.3% in fiscal 24, down from 48.9% in the prior year. This decrease in effective tax rate is primarily attributable to a $113.9 million increase in interest income and corresponding $24 million increase in statutory tax expense, offset by tax benefits recognized in the current year. That's crazy. That's a huge... That's wild. They actually increased their Oh wait, it's because they posted $100 million profit. So now instead of $4.6 billion, you got $4.75 billion, baby. Let's go. What is that? What is that? 4.579 times 4%. 190 million in interest income, risk-free. Shit, son. Ain't nothing but a thing, bro. Sources of liquidity, uses of capital. Our principal sources of liquidity are cash on hand and cash from operations. As of February 1st, 25, we had total unrestricted cash and cash equivalents on hand of $4.7 billion and marketable securities of $18 million. Our cash and cash equivalents are carried at fair value and consist primarily of cash, money market funds, cash deposits with commercial banks, U.S. government bonds and notes, and highly rated direct short-term instruments with maturities of 90 days or less. Our marketable securities are also carried at fair value and include investments in certain highly rated short-term government notes, government bills, and time deposits. As of February 1st, 25, the investment portfolio's aggregate balance of $18 million, all of which an original maturity in excess of 90 days and less than 1 year, and are classified as marketable securities on our consolidated balance sheet. On an ongoing basis, we evaluate and consider certain strategic operating alternatives, including divestitures, restructuring, or dissolution of unprofitable business segments, uses for our excess cash, as well as equity and debt financing alternatives that we believe may enhance stockholder value. The nature, amount, and timing of any strategic operational change or financing transactions that we might pursue will depend on a variety of factors, including, as of the applicable time, our available cash and liquidity and operating performance, our commitments and obligations, our capital requirements, limitations imposed under our credit arrangement, and overall market conditions. On March 18th, 2025, the board approved a revised investment policy. We already know about that. Gains and losses on marketable securities may fluctuate significantly from period to period. In future, could have a significant impact on the company's results of operation. However, the amount of gain and loss on marketable securities for a given period may have no predictive value, and variations in amount from period to period may have no analytical value. In fiscal 21, 6 separate unsecured term loans held by French subsidiaries Micromania SAS for a total of €4 million were extended for 5 years. As of February 1st, 25, 16.9 million remains outstanding. In November 21, we entered into a credit agreement for a secured asset-based credit facility comprised of 500 million revolving line of credit maturing November 26. The 26 revolver included a 50 million swing loan revolving sub-facility, 50 million Canadian revolving sub-facility, and a 250 million letter of credit supplement. On March 22nd, 24, we delivered an irrevocable notice pursuant to the 26 revolver that reduced the 500 million revolving line of credit to 250 million. The 26 revolver continued to include a 50 million swing loan sub-facility, 50 million Canadian sub-facility, and a 250 million letter of credit sublimit. On August 27, 2024, we voluntarily terminated the 26 revolver, including all commitments and obligations thereunder. Some of our vendors have requested and may continue to request credit support collateral for our inventory purchase obligations, and the levels of such collateral will depend on a variety of factors, including our inventory purchase levels, available payment terms for inventories, favorable credit terms, and costs of providing collateral. We maintain uncommitted facilities with certain lenders that provide for the issuance of letters of credit and bank guarantees, at times supported by cash collateral. As of February 1st, 25, we had letters of credit and other bank guarantees outstanding in the amount of 7.3 million. On May 17, 24, we entered into an open market sale agreement with Jefferies, providing for the sale by the company of shares of Class A common stock from time to time through the sales agent in connection with at the money. Okay, whatever. So I think they still have this open. And then this is just talking about all the at the monies they did. We intend to use the net proceeds, blah, blah, blah. Cash flows. Operating activities. Okay. In fiscal 24, cash provided by operating activities were 145.7 million, compared with cash used in operations of 203.7 million in fiscal 23. Cash provided by operating activities during fiscal 24 was primarily due to the impact of our net income, a decrease in merchandise inventories, and a decrease in receivables, partially offset by a decrease in accounts payable and accrued liabilities. Cash used in operating activities during fiscal 23 was primarily due to a decrease in accounts payable and accrued liabilities, partially offset by a decrease in accounts receivable and the impact of our net income. The decrease in accounts payable and accrued liabilities was primarily due to the timing of payments for merchandise, inventory, as a result of additional week in fiscal 23 compared to fiscal 22. Investing activities. In fiscal 24, cash provided by investing activities were 265.1 million, compared to cash used in investing activities of 33.2 million in fiscal 23. Cash provided by investing activities during fiscal 24 was primarily attributable to proceeds from the maturity of marketable securities and proceeds from the sale of property and equipment in our Europe segment, partially offset by purchases of marketable securities and routine capital expenditures. Cash used in investing activities during fiscal 23 was primarily due to purchases of marketable securities, ongoing technological investments, and store-related capital expenditures, partially offset by proceeds from sales and maturities of marketable securities, and proceeds from the sale of property and equipment in Europe segment. Financing activities. In fiscal 24, cash provided by financing activities were 3.443 million, compared to cash used in financing activities of 11.6 million in fiscal 23. Or is that 3 billion? I can't tell. I think it's 3 million. Oh, cash provided. Okay. Cash provided by financing activities during fiscal 24 was primarily due to net proceeds of 3.4 million received from the issuance of sales of okay, so that's just from the at the money. Gotcha. Cash used in financing activities during fiscal 23 was attributed to the repayments on our government guaranteed low interest French term loans due October 2022 through October 2026, and the settlement of stock-based awards. Share repurchases. March 4th, 2019, they had repurchase of 300 million. Oh, they approved a repurchase of 300 million with no expiration date, and they didn't do it. So they didn't do it during fiscal 24, 23, or 22. As of February 1st, 2025, we have 101.3 million remaining under the repurchase authorization. So we already read that. We had no material off-balance sheet arrangements as of February 1st, 2025, other than the disclosed in Item 8, notes of the consolidated financial statements, commitments, and contingencies. Critical accounting, I don't think we got to read that. Valuation of merchandise inventories. Our merchandise inventories are carried at the lower of cost or market, generally using the average cost method. Under the average cost method, as new products is received from vendors, its current cost is added to the existing cost of products on hand, and this amount is re-averaged over the cumulative units. Pre-owned gaming systems traded in by customers are recorded as inventory at the amount of the store credit given to the customer. In valuing inventory, we are required to make assumptions regarding the necessity of reserves required to value potentially obsolete or overvalued items at the lower of cost or market. We consider quantities on hand, recent sales, potential price protections, and returns to vendors, among other factors, when making these assumptions. Our ability to gauge these factors is dependent upon our ability to forecast customer demand and to provide a well-balanced merchandise assortment. Any inability to forecast customer demand properly could lead to increased costs associated with write-downs of inventory to reflect volumes of pricing of inventory, which we believe represents the net realizable value. A 10% change in our obsolescence reserve percentage at February 1st, 2025 would have effective net earnings by approximately 1.5 million in fiscal 24. Customer liabilities. Just talking about GameStop Pro Rewards. God, I'm only halfway through this, man. This is crazy. I honestly might finish the rest later. This is actually insane. I cannot believe how long this is. This is wild. Quite wild. Time almost 4. What's going on with the stream? Damn, there's still 89 people here. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. Alright, I'll keep going. Oh, man. This is wild. Alright. Our Customer Pro Rewards program allows paid members to earn points on purchases that can be redeemed for rewards that include discounts or coupons. We allocate the transaction price between the product and loyalty points earned based on the relative standalone selling prices and expected point redemption. The portion allocated to the loyalty points is initially recorded as deferred revenue and subsequently recognized as revenue upon redemption or expiration. The two primary estimates utilized to record the deferred revenue for loyalty points earned by members are the estimated retail price per point and estimated amounts of points that will never be redeemed, which is a concept known in the retail industry as breakage. Additionally, we sell gift cards to our customers in our retail stores through our website and through select third parties. At the point of sale, a liability is established for the value of the gift card. We recognize revenue from gift cards when the card is redeemed by the customer and recognize an estimated breakage on gift cards in proportion to historical redemption patterns. The two primary estimates utilized to record balance sheet liabilities for loyalty points earned by members are the estimated redemption rate and the estimated weighted average retail price per point redeemed. We use historical redemption rates experienced under our loyalty program as a basis for estimating the ultimate redemption rate of points earned. We estimate breakage of loyalty points and unredeemed gift cards based on historical redemption rates. The weighted average retail price per point redeemed is based on our most recent actual loyalty point redemptions and is adjusted as appropriate for recent changes in redemption values, including the mix of rewards redeemed. Our estimate of the amount of timing of gift card redemption is based on primarily our historical transaction experience. We continually to evaluate our methodology and assumptions based on developments in redemption patterns, retail price per point redeemed, and other factors. Changes in the ultimate redemption rate and weighted average retail price per point redeemed have the effect of either increasing or decreasing the deferred revenue balance through certain period revenue by an amount estimated to cover the retail value of all points previously earned but not yet redeemed by loyalty program members as of the end of the reporting period. A 10% change in our customer loyalty program redemption rate or a 10% change in our weighted average retail value per point redeemed at February 1st, 25 in each case would have affected net earnings by approximately $1.4 million in fiscal 24. A 10% change in our gift card breakage rate at February 1st, 25 would have affected the net earnings by approximately $9.5 million in fiscal 24. A 10% change in our reservation breakage at February 1st, 25 would have affected net earnings by approximately $1.3 million in fiscal 24. Income taxes. We account for income taxes utilizing an asset and liability approach, and deferred taxes are determined based on the estimated future tax effect or differences between the financing reporting and tax based of assets and liabilities using enacted tax rates. As a result of our operations in many foreign countries, our global tax rate is derived from a combination of applicable tax rates in various jurisdictions in which we operate. Organization for our Economic Cooperation and Development, supported by 140 of their member countries, have agreed to implement a minimum 15% tax rate on certain multinational enterprises and have released model guidance. This global minimal tax, known as the Pillar 2 framework, became effective across various countries in 2024, as each country works to enact legislation influenced by the OECD Pillar 2 rules. In 2024, company had no impact on its effective tax rate after the adoption of the Pillar 2 framework. The company will continue to evaluate additional guidance released by the OECD, along with the pending and adopted legislation in each of the countries in which we operate. Additionally, a valuation allowance is recorded against a deferred tax asset if it's not more likely than not the asset will be realized. We assess the available positive and negative evidence to estimate whether sufficient future taxable income will be generated to permit use of the existing deferred tax assets. Several factors are considered in evaluating the realizability of our deferred tax assets, including the remaining years available for carry forward, the tax laws for the applicable jurisdictions, future profitability of the specific business units, and tax planning strategies. Based on our analysis, we have determined that this is more likely than not that same portion of our deferred tax assets will not be realized. Our valuation allowances decreased by $63.9 million to $291.3 million as of February 1st, 2025, primarily because it was determined that it was more likely than not that some of the existing gross and or net deferred tax assets will be recognized. We maintain accruals for uncertain tax positions until examination of the tax year is completed by the taxing authority. Available review periods expire, or additional facts and circumstances cause us to change our assessment of the appropriate accrual amount. Our liability for uncertain tax positions was $7.5 million as of February 1st, 25. Considerable management judgments is necessary to assess the inherent uncertainties related to the interpretations of complex tax laws, regulations, and taxing authorities' rulings, as well as to the expiration of statutes of limitations in the jurisdictions in which we operate. We base our estimate on an annual effective tax rate at any given point in time on a calculated mix of the tax rates applicable to our operations and to estimates of the amount of income to be derived in any given jurisdiction. We file our tax returns based on our understanding of the appropriate tax rules and regulations. However, complexities in the tax rule and our operations, as well as our positions taken publicly by the taxing authorities, may lead us to conclude that accruals for uncertain tax positions are required. Our judgments and estimates concerning uncertain tax positions may change as a result of evaluation of new information, such as the outcome of tax audits or changes to or further interpretations of tax laws and regulations. Our judgments and estimates concerning realizability of deferred tax assets could change if any of the evaluation's factors change. If such changes take place, there is a risk that our effective tax rate could increase or decrease in any period, impacting our net earnings. We're exposed to market risk due to foreign currency fluctuations. Foreign currency risk. We use forward exchange contracts to manage currency risk primarily related to intercompany loans denominated in non-functional currencies. The forward exchange contracts are not designated as hedges, and therefore changes in the fair value of these derivatives are recognized in earnings, thereby offsetting the current earnings effect of its remeasurement of related intercompany loans. We recognized a gain of $0.9 million and a gain of $2 million in SG&A expenses in our consolidated statement of operations related to derivative instruments for the fiscal years ended February 1st, 2025 and February 3rd, 2024. The aggregate fair value of the forward exchange contracts as of February 1st, 2025 and February 3rd, 2024 was a net liability of zero, respectively, as measured by observable inputs obtained from market news reporting services such as Bloomberg and industry standard models that consider various assumptions, including quoted forward prices, time value, volatility factors, and contractual prices for the underlying instruments, as well as other relevant economic measures. As of February 1st, 2025, we do not have any outstanding derivatives or contracts, and we do not have foreign exchange risk exposures due to foreign exchange derivatives or contracts. We do not use derivative financial instruments for trading or speculative purposes. We're exposed to counterparty credit risks on all of our derivative financial instruments and cash equivalent investments. We manage counterparty risks according to the guidelines and controls established under comprehensive risk management investment policies. We continuously monitor our counterparty credit risk and utilize a number of different counterparties to minimize our exposure to potential defaults. We do not require the collateral under derivative or investment agreements. All right. And now we're on to the financial statement. After all that, we're finally here at the financial statement. Holy guacamole, bro. Holy guacamole. All right. Opinion on the to the stockholders and board of directors of GameStop Corp. We have audited the company consolidated balance sheet of GameStop Corp and subsidiaries, the company, as of February 1st, 2025 and February 3rd, 2024. The related consolidated statement of operations, comprehensive loss, stockholder equity, and cash flows for the 52 weeks ended February 1st, 2025, the 53 weeks ended February 3rd, 2024, and the 52 weeks ended January 28th, 2023, and the related notes and the schedule listed in the index. Oh, it's just talking. Okay, there's nothing here. There's nothing there. We've also nothing there. Basis for opinion, nothing there. Audit, nothing. And carries inventories of lower cost. We already read about that. Certain geographics, estimates and assumptions used by management, consideration, demand products, metrics. I've already read about that. How the critical audit matter was addressed in the audit. Our audit procedures related to the excess, slow-moving, and obsolete merchandise inventory reserve And certain geographics include the following. We tested the design and operating effectiveness of the controls over the valuation of inventories. We evaluated the appropriateness and consistency of management methods and assumptions used in developing their estimate of the excess, slow-moving, and obsolete inventory reserve, which included consideration of reserve trends and performance of sensitivity analyses of key assumptions. We performed analysis of key product metrics such as inventory turnover and product margins to identify and evaluate slow-moving inventory categories, negative margins, and other trends. We performed testing on the underlying data used in management's obsolescence analysis by validating the application of management's key assumptions to the overall determination of excess slow move. Okay. That's their balance sheet. It's their statement of operations. There's their income. Beautiful. 131.3 million net income, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Now, that's a beautiful sight, isn't it? It's a beautiful sight, man. 131.3 million income. It's a good sight. It's beautiful. It's a declining business, though. That's what everyone keeps saying. They just posted 131 million profit, but it's a declining business, let me tell you. I think the business, like GameStop itself, lost like 30 million, but I can't really tell. We'll have to get to that point. We'll have to get there. Holy. General information. We've already read all this. I wonder why it's all red. Property and equipment. Assets held for sale. Oh, this is just explaining all the things on the balance sheet. Which a lot of it we've already read. I want to read this part, though. We participate in vendor cooperative advertising programs and other vendor marketing programs in which vendors provide us with cash consideration in exchange for marketing. And bro, that's legit. That right there is legit. Cash considerations in exchange for marketing and advertising the vendor's products. Our accounting for cooperative advertising arrangements and other vendor marketing programs results in a significant portion of the consideration received from our vendors, reducing the product cost and inventory, rather than as an offset to our marketing and advertising costs. Consideration serving as a reduction in inventory is recognized in cost of sales as inventory is sold. The amount of vendor allowances to be recorded as a reduction of inventory is determined based on the nature of the consideration received and the merchandise inventory to which the consideration relates. We apply a sell-through rate to determine the timing in which consideration should be recognized in the cost of sale. Consideration received that relates to gaming products that have not yet been released to the public is deferred as a reduction of inventory. Cooperative advertising programs and other vendor marketing programs generally cover a period from a few days up to a few weeks and include items such as product catalog advertising, in-store display promotions, internet advertising, co-op print advertising, and other programs. The allowance for each event is negotiated with the vendor and requires specific performance by us to be earned. Vendor allowances of 65.4 million, 63.9 million, and 70.3 million were recorded as a reduction of cost sales for fiscal 24, 23, and 22, respectively in our consolidation statements of operation. Okay, so I guess I didn't need to read that. Advertising expense. We expense advertising costs for television, print, digital advertising, and other media when the advertising takes place. Advertising expenses for fiscal 24, 23, and 22 totaled 18 million, 18.6 million, 39.3 million, and 75 million. Damn, they've really reduced advertising. That's crazy. They've really reduced that. Oh, man. Okay. I don't really want to read any of that. Doesn't look like anything. Standard provides accounting and disclosure guidance for crypto assets that meet the definition of an intangible asset. Certain other criteria and scope assets are subsequently measured at fair value with changes recorded in the income statement. Standard requires separate presentation and scope crypto assets from other intangible assets and changes in the fair value of those crypto assets. Disclosure of significant crypto asset holdings and annual reconciliation of the beginning and ending balances of crypto assets are also required. This ASU becomes effective for annual periods beginning 2025, including interim periods with early adoption permitted. The company does not anticipate a material impact of this standard on its consolidated financial report. Okay. Performance obligations. We don't need to read that. I think we pretty much read everything here. We sponsor a defined contribution plan, savings plan for the benefit of substantially all of our U.S. associates who meet certain eligibility requirements, primarily age and length of service. Saving plans allows associates to invest up to 60% subject to IRS limitations of their eligible gross cash compensation on pre-tax basis. Historically, the company provided matching contributions to the savings plan based upon a certain percentage of associates' contributions. Our contribution to the savings plan during fiscal 24, 23, and 22 were blank million, 3.6 million, and 3.9 million. January 1st, 24, the company eliminated employer matching contributions for employees. Okay. Earnings per share. We don't need to read about that. Recognized 0.7 million. Fair charges. Lease payments. And definitive lived intangible assets. Digital assets. In January 22, we entered into contractual agreements with Immutable X and Digital Worlds NFT Ltd, pursuant to which the company was entitled to receive $150 million in digital assets in the form of IMX tokens once certain contractual milestones had been achieved. Upon announcement, we achieved our first milestone under the agreement with IMX and recognized a $79 million non-current receivable and corresponding deferred income liability related to our entitlement of IMX tokens as of January 29, 2022. During fiscal 22, we achieved our second and third milestone under our agreement with IMX and recognized an additional $33.8 million of deferred income and ability. This shit's all old, so I don't really care. And I've read about it before. I think we're like pretty much. They've changed the balance sheet a lot. Interesting. At least it seems like they changed it a lot. On February 1st, 25, our government subsidized low interest French term loans due October 22 to 23 or 26, carrying value of 16.9 million and a fair value of 16.4 million. The fair values of our French term loans were estimated based on a model that discounted future principal and interest payments. Okay. Ryan Cohen tweeted. What did he say? Stock moved a little bit. I wonder if it'll actually show me. No, it never shows me. You have to have an account to get like updated stuff. All right. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I can keep going, honestly. There's really not much more here. See how many people are on the stream right now. Dude, there's still 80 people here. That's crazy, dude. That's actually insane. Can we get 100 likes? Is there 4 people out there who haven't hit the like button? Can we get 100 likes? Maybe if I go to Reddit, I can see it. I feel like Reddit would post it. Or not. What's the point of Reddit if they don't even post anything? Ah, here we go. No. You just put no? GameStop is finally doing my Bitcoin ploy. Ryan Cohen says no. Oh, Jim Cramer's such a fucking loser, dude. That guy sucks. That guy actually sucks. That guy sucks. No. Michael Saylor tweet. I don't care about Michael Saylor. I also don't have Twitter, so I can't even look it up. Someone else will have to tell me what happened. He said, "Welcome to Team Bitcoin, Cohen." Oh, nice. That's chill. That's chill. Odd. Very odd. There's just not much more in this 10K that I think we have to go over. Like all the numbers, obviously, you can sit and analyze the numbers. Oh, this could be interesting. As of February 1st, 2025, we have approximately 465.5 million of U.S. federal net operating loss carry forwards, of which 416 million have no expiration date, and 29.4 million acquired through the ThinkGeek acquisition will expire in years 2031 through 2035. We also have 324.3 million of state net operating loss carry forwards. Dude, that's crazy. GameStop almost has $1 billion like tax free. I think that's what that means. Is like they can make basically like around 900 million and not have to report taxes on it. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what that means. Could be wrong though. Of which 275.7 million will expire in years 25 to 2044. $39.1 million have no expiration. $9.4 million acquired through the ThinkGeek acquisition will expire in years 2028 through 2035. Section 382 under the IRS code imposes limits of the amount of tax attributes that can be utilized where there has been an ownership change. The federal and state net operating loss carryovers acquired through the ThinkGeek acquisition experienced an ownership change on July 17, 2015. We had determined that these net operating loss carryforwards will be subject to future limitations. We have approximately $3.6 million in foreign tax credit carryforwards that expire in years 2024 through 2027. We have approximately $26.1 million of net operating loss carryforwards in Canada that expire in years 2043 through 2045, as well as $370 million in foreign net operating loss carryforwards in various jurisdictions that have no expiration date. As of February 1st, 2025, the gross amount of unrecognized tax benefits was approximately $7.5 million. If we were to prevail on all uncertain tax positions, the net effect would be a benefit to our tax rate of approximately $7.5 million, exclusive to any... Ugh. This is a lot. This is a lot of reading, man. A lot of reading out loud. I gotta call someone real quick. Hold up. Okay. Never mind. They didn't answer. So we recognize accrued interest and penalties related to unrecognizable tax benefits and income tax expense in our consolidated statement of operations as of February 1st, 2025, February 3rd, 2024, and January 28th, 2023. We had approximately $2.2 million, $1.6 million, $3.7 million respectively in interest and penalties related to unrecognizable tax benefit accrued, of which $0.6 million of expense, $2.1 million of benefit, and $0.1 million of benefit were recognized through income tax expense in fiscal 24, 23, and 22. Respectively, if we were to prevail on all uncertain tax positions, the reversal of these accruals related to interest and penalties would also be a benefit to our effective tax rate. It is reasonably possible that the amount of unrecognized benefits with respect to certain of our unrecognized tax positions could significantly increase or decrease within the next 12 months as a result of settling ongoing audits. However, as audit outcomes and the timing of audit resolutions are subject to significant uncertainty, and given the nature of complexity of the issues involved, we are unable to reasonably estimate the possible amount of change in the unrecognized tax benefits, if any, that may occur in the next 12 months as a result of ongoing examinations. Nevertheless, we believe we are adequately reserved on our uncertain tax position as of February 1st, 25. Take a break? Nah. I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to get off. We do not assert indefinite reinvestment on undisputable blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Commitments. As of February 1st, 2025, we had approximately $7.3 million of outstanding standby letters of credit and other bank guarantees supported by cash collateral that are included in restricted cash. As of February 1st, 2025, we have purchase obligations of $136.4 million with payment dates through fiscal 25 that represent outstanding purchase orders for merchandise from vendors. These purchase orders are generally cancelable until shipment of the product. Legal proceedings, don't see anything there. More talk. We sold an aggregate of 140 million shares, raised 3.47. Oh, peace out, Moose. Have a good one, bro. Share-based compensation. In June 2022, we adopted the GameStop Corp 2022 Incentive Plan, which provides for the grant of equity awards to our officers, associates, consultants, advisors, and directors, and which replaced the GameStop Corp 2019 Incentive Plan, and the amended and restated GameStop Corp 2011 incentive plan. Awards under the 22 plan may take the form of stock options, stock appreciation rights, restricted stock awards, restricted stock units, and performance awards, and other share-based awards, or any combination of the foregoing. 22 plan allows for 32 million shares of Class A common stock, plus any shares subject to 2019 plan awards that expire, are forfeited, canceled, or terminated after the adoption of the 2019 plan. No awards were granted under the 2019 or 2011 plan after the adoption of the 22 plan. Hey, look, it's going up, kind of. It's going up. Restricted stock units represent a right to receive one share or the value of one share upon the terms and conditions set forth in the applicable plan and reward agreement. We grant RSUs to certain of our associates, officers, and non-associate directors. We use the stock price on the grant date to estimate the fair value of our RSU. Grant date fair value of RSUs is amortized to expense on a straight line basis over the vesting period. RSUs granted in fiscal 24 are not dividend eligible. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie then. February 1st, 2025, there were no unrecognized compensation expense related to non-invested time-based RSAs. Oh, whatever, dude. Let's see. I don't think there's anything here. Damn, we're so close. All right, I'll read the rest of this. Officers adopted or terminated. Blah, blah. Okay, board update. On March 18th, 2025, the Nominating Corporate Governance Committee of the board determined to nominate Miss Yang Zhu for re-election at the company's upcoming 2025 annual meeting of stockholders in order to permit Ms. Zhu to focus on her other business ventures. Such determination was not a result of any disagreement with the company on any matter relating to the company's operations, policies, or practices. Company thanks Ms. Zhu for her dedicated service on the board since 2021. Performance awards. On September 5th, 2024, the Compensation Committee of the board approved performance awards pursuant to the GameStop Corp. 2022 incentive plan for Mark Robinson, our general counsel and secretary, and Daniel Moore, our principal financial and accounting officer, for fiscal years 24 and 25. Such performance awards will consist of restricted shares, have intended grant values equal to $500,000 for each fiscal year, are subject to vesting based on the achievement of $50 million in operating profit for the company's U.S. geographic segment for each such fiscal year and each officer's continued employment. IV will be granted to the extent the performance criteria is satisfied for the applicable fiscal year on April 1st of the following year, and will vest in equal quarterly parts on the grant date and the following July 1st, October 1st, and January 1st. Performance criteria was not achieved in fiscal year 24. Update to pledging policy. On March 18th, 2025, the company updated its pledging policy. Pursuant to the updated policy, executive officers and directors of the company are permitted to pledge their company securities, exclusive options, warrants, restricted stock units, or other right to purchase company securities as collateral for a loan or an investment, provided the maximum aggregate loan or investment amount collateralized by such pledges. Pledged securities do not exceed 50%, and the total value of the pledged securities as measured at the time of initial loan or investment in order to safeguard the integrity and effectiveness of the company's pledging policy. Such pledging is subject to certain limitations, including requiring that such permitted pledges are treated as transactions under the company insider trading policy, that the pledger adhered to the certain ongoing reporting obligation, and that the audit committee of the board evaluate risks posed by the pledge arrangement on the annual or as needed basis. Update on certain benefits and prerequisites. In accordance with independently assessed executive security program established by the board, company provides Mr. Cohen with executive security services. The aggregate incremental cost to the company of providing these services was $268,553 for the fiscal year ended February 1st, 2025. We believe these arrangements and costs are reasonable, appropriate, and necessary, and in the best interest of the company and its stockholders, as they enable Mr. Cohen to carry out his responsibilities and therefore mitigate risks to our business. While we do not consider these security services to be personal benefit for or compensation paid to Mr. Cohen because they arise from and are necessary for carrying out of his employment responsibilities, this amount will be set forth in the definitive proxy statement relating to our 25 annual meeting of stockholders, which is to be filed with SEC pursuant Regulation 14A under the Exchange Act, and all other compensation column of the summary compensation table. Okay. Code of ethics. We don't got to read that. We don't got to read any of this. I don't think. Nope. Nothing there. Okay, I think that's it. We pretty much read the whole thing. I know I skipped over like a couple things, but we pretty much read all of it. So that's exciting. Nothing to oh, look. They made a profit. Pretty cool. Tomorrow I'll look through like the numbers and stuff. But yeah. That was insane. That's a lot of reading. That was like 70 pages, bro. I probably just read like 50 pages. That's insane. That's a lot of pages to be reading. That's a lot of pages. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. Thanks for everyone here. Thank you. Appreciate it. All 80 of you. It's very insane that there's 80 people here. 568 votes on the poll. That's wild, bro. Now would be a good time to insert an ad indeed. So, I would say that's pretty much it. I've been here for long enough. I think it's time to get out of here. Much love to everyone. If you're new to the stream, I live stream every single day during the market hours, so hopefully I'll see you again. You know, if you're an OG here, I see you all the time. So, I'll talk to you soon. God bless you. Have a good rest of your day. GameStop should be exciting tomorrow, so I hope you guys are ready. Thanks for hanging out. Peace!